Welcome to the NHL Draft 2024 with the hockey coach, Coach and directly for the beautiful country of Thailand on amazing great Friday night, June 28th, 2024. This is the dream day for the Montreal Canadiens, and they start very early, the dream day, because the Montreal Canadiens make already a trade earlier during the day. With the Los Angeles Kings, the Montreal Canadiens trade the pick number 26, 57, the second round pick, and then the pick 198 to the Kings. In return, the Montreal Canadiens get the number 21st overall pick 2024. This is happening a couple hours ago from the general manager Ken Hughes. Make a trade with the Los Angeles Kings, the general manager, Rod Blake. But again, Montreal Canadiens have two selections tonight on this great NHL Draft 2024. They're going to select 5th overall pick, and then they're going to select now 21st overall pick. We'll see if Ken Hughes is going to make other change, other modification, or other trade during the weekend. We know the NHL Draft second round all the way to 7th round start tomorrow morning, 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So we'll see also what the Montreal are going to select at the 5th overall pick. We have everything for you guys, graphic, stats, information, and we're going to deliver something really unique you can get on YouTube channel. So hopefully you're going to enjoy the great entertaining of the Hockey Nation, the Habs Nation podcast tonight. I'm going to be joined at some point by Enortap. We're going to get also Marco Larabi. Possible Michael Deveno is still in Vegas right now. He's going to maybe give us some live interview from Michael Deveno over there. So stay tuned until to the end of the show. We're going to carry on that live stream all the way to the end of the first round NHL. Then we're going to have a pause first round with Marco Larabi. We're going to talk about a little bit what happening with the Montreal Canadiens and of course with other situation in NHL. We expect a couple of trades that could happen at some point during the night. So stay tuned, guys. Sharing everything you have inside the chat. Don't hesitate if you have any question or if you don't mind to click on the likes. And we're going to hopefully to bring you the best of the contents we have for the special day night of the NHL Draft 2024. The sadness about this, guys, is this is the last time happening, the format of this NHL Draft. I've been there for many, many years. I think I was at some point 9th straight year until the COVID hit. And then I stopped to go at the NHL Draft. But that's it. That they don't have going happening next year. Next year is going to be only one location. Only the family will be there. But all the team, the manager, the scout are going to be at their own location. Like the Montreal Canadiens are going to be in Montreal. And then you're going to draft players from Vegas, but you don't have no contact. It will be really different. For me, I feel like they're going to miss the relationship of the people together. This is the only time during the year. At any moment, you have the fans, you have the general manager, the scout, the staff, the owners, all sit and all at the one location. And that was the reason why I always enjoy to go there. So we'll see what's happening tonight, guys. But first of all, I'm not alone. We have a special co-host. We call him the legend. The reason why we call him the legend, not because he won the Frenchie quiz, but because he brings a lot on the table. He is a Mr. Information, and he covers everything going on around the Montreal Canadiens, and of course, about the NHL. And tonight, guys, I'm joined, less further ado, to welcome back from Toronto downtown, Mr. Enortap is in the house tonight. And Mr. Enortap, he disappeared already. We'll see if he's back in the house. Look like I delete a graphic. We'll see about that one over there. Mr. Enortap, I don't know why you're not there. I don't know why. We'll see if I can fix this problem about this one. I don't know. You should be there. Mr. Enortap, stay tuned, Mr. Enortap. I'll try to get that one over there. I'm going to make you here if it's possible. And I don't know, Mr. Enortap, he cannot appear. Can you hear me, Mr. Enortap? That's the way to do a live stream. When you're taking, everything will be fine. And let's see, we're going to see if we can fix this problem. This is about live streaming sometime. And I can get number 2. I cannot get number 1. So let's create a new one here, guys. This is the way you do this live. And we'll see if we can get number 1 here. Look like I cannot get number 1. So, Mr. Enortap, stay there. Don't go nowhere. I'm going to try to go around if it's possible. I'm going to delete this. Go to remove this. Mr. Enortap, you should be here. Mr. Enortap, I'm going to give you number 2. I don't know if it's possible to get there. Mr. Enortap, can you resign, get out, and come? Hold on. Mr. Enortap, hold on, Mr. Enortap. If I can get here, I cannot get you, Mr. Enortap. Can you? I'm going to remove Mr. Enortap and come back and join me live after that. That's the best way I can do this right now, guys. I try everything for Mr. Enortap. It does not work. So we'll see what happened about this. I cannot get number 1. That's strange. We'll see if Mr. Enortap can get that one. Mr. Enortap, hold on. Whoa!
Hey.
Listen out, that we find you somewhere, somehow. Yeah, really, it's not
An
easy
entrance.
not easy from Thailand to Toronto, right? So
Of course, of course.
So that's happening about this. I don't know how it's going to work for the rest of the night, Mr. Enortap, but we'll see if we can have the graphic over. But we'll see what happens, Mr. Enortap.
We'll make it happen, Coach.
We'll see. We have a lot of people in the chat, Mr. Enortap. If you don't mind, we're going to welcome everybody. Right away here. And we have Julien Wiseman Vizna is in the house tonight. We'll go to test this one with them, Mr. Enortap. Oh, it works right away at the beginning, Mr. Enortap. That's pretty good. Get a rock, Tim T, the champion of the Sennecke Cup. Mr. Tim, congratulations with you Panthers. And it looked like Ekblad is going to be traded. Alex McLean is in the house tonight. Alex, welcome back. Thanks to be with our Canadian show. Randy Godin, Randy, welcome in the house. Yamo Vertanen. We didn't see Yamo the last couple of days.
He's been busy. He's scouting. He's scouting.
He do something we don't know yet, Mr. Enortap. Maybe it's behind the door. Yamo, welcome back in the house. Thanks so much. Red, Mr. Yes, Red. We not do all the round, Mr. Red. Tomorrow now, Montreal does not have a second round pick, so we'll see what happens. Maurice Richard back in the house. Happy Saturday, Mr. Maurice. Maurice is in Thailand.
Welcome.
And Mr. Ab Wall is in the house tonight. Welcome back. Francois Pitt is in the house. Smell Trevor Connelly for me. Connelly could be there at 21. Roger Bouchard is in the house. Can the team trade during the first round? Anytime, Bush, they can trade anytime. Julien Brisebois is Julien Wiseman in the house. Francois Pitt, Randy. Marco Larabie knocked the door. Welcome back, Marco. Marco will be with us at the end of the show. After the first round, Mr. Patrick LeWhite. One is Lindstrom to be picked 4 at 3.4 or 5th. User admitting Renaud LeWhite. He has a surprise. Here we go. Eagle is in the house tonight. Welcome back. Eagles, you think the Habs would make a run at Sennecke if you stay in Tampa Bay? I don't think so. Montreal is going to get about Sennecke. But I believe he would stay in Tampa Bay, Eagle. I don't see him to go nowhere about that.
Well, today, Coach, he was, from what I read, he was offered 8 years at, I believe, they wanted him to accept 3 or 3.5 million. I can't remember the number, and he refused it. So he's looking more in the neighborhood of around 5 million. So I think there's going to be a lot of interest from other teams.
Okay. We'll see what could have been. Deuce B is in the house tonight. To remove for Batman on draft next season. It's not Batman, honestly. Butch is the owners. Why? Because you're going to first of all, the cost of each owner Mr. Enortap to go in Vegas with everybody is $1 million they spend on their pocket. To see at home.
It's such an event.
To see at home.
It's such an event.
Right? To stay at home and to bring the fans inside the building, they make $1 million. So this is the reason behind that for that one.
But it's too bad, Coach? It brings such suspense, such a joy to everybody to be together and experience once in a lifetime for a lot of these young kids and their families.
Exactly. It will be fun. I don't know how they're going to fix everything. I think they will have something special for them, right? But at the end, to go around the table, walk around everybody, it's not going to seem anymore. So again, I'm not, it would be the sadness about that, but we have to go that way. Roy is in the house, Mr. Enortap. Welcome, Roy. Thanks for being with us. Nicholas, our friend Nicholas from Finland or Sweden, is with us tonight. Luciano, the moderator, knock the door tonight. Luciano, welcome back. Thanks so much to be with us. Mr. DH, New York Islanders, pick at 21 in front of Montreal Canadiens is with us. A2, Mr. Enortap does not have his own opinion. There will have to be the mock draft change his mind. He wait for Ken Hughes to announce the fifth overall pick on that one. Oh, Steven Bigger. Bigger. Sorry about that. He is in the house. Long time, Steven. We don't see you around. Francois, if Connelly is still available at 21, they better pick him. If we are crazy enough to pick Mayu, after that, we can pick Connelly. But Francois, remember, it's not the same kind of staff management. The time it was Marc Bergevin. And now it's a Ken Hughes. They have a new culture. They work on different way. It's about the characters, and we'll see what happens. Now, on the flip side, under Ken Hughes, Jeff Gordon, and also under Chantal Machabée, they did a really great homework with Logan Mailloux. They have a VP president. I cannot remember her name. It's a French name. She's under Jeff Gordon very well. And she did a really big things for Logan Mailloux. She really took him under his wing with different things and different homework, everything like that. They really did a great job for Logan Mailloux. So we don't know about this transfer. I think for me, they are not going to bargaining about that one. As not sleep and is more energetic. Biden, honestly, A2. I was talking with Enortap and Marco at 1:30 a.m. and I had to wake up at 4:45. So it was a quick, but we did the video about the trade. I was cover everything to be ready on this show, Mr. Enortap. So we'll see what happens for sure.
Coach, Marco and I have to apologize because we kept texting back and forth in our group chat about the trades that were happening and a lot of rumors that were flying. We prevented you from sleeping, so it's on us. I apologize.
No. When you get the news, I jumped right away to make a video. So it was a short video, but I have to announce what's happening with the Kings. So I'm happy. The worst thing could happen, Mr. Enortap, is I decide to go out, and I refuse to do it because
wow.
Because I said, if I go out, I'll be late. I'll come back at 3 o'clock a.m. Then I have to wake at 5. I'll be tired. But I stay home, but I sit to the bed at almost like 2 o'clock a.m. So it was not a big deal. Anyway, we'll see what happens. Paul Kev is in the house. will not pick Connelly because I was not this regime that picked Mayu. Yeah, that's my point. NHL, Mr. Enortap, Roger, he's in the house with his beautiful wife. Hopefully doing well. Connelly will make Simon Boisvert happy about this one over there. We'll see what's happening at Wall. Rumeur are que Anaheim are not are out on Biom and Demidov on the first set for the Chicago. Yeah, sorry about this one over there. Dan Asham is out there with the beautiful Colette are in the house tonight. Mark Elliott is in the house. Do you think Hughes will try to package our newly acquired 21 pick to move further up if it's no who? They
Well,
tried everything with the Sharks, by the way,
they
with
did.
14. It did not work. Buffalo win that contest over there. Now, you have to think all the team are retooling or at the bottom or the middle of the pack and at the bottom. Example, the Flyers at 12, the Minnesota at 13. Those two teams to go down to 21st, it's not an advantage for them. You have to get something good in return. Can Montreal's big give them a really good prospect? We'll see. The pick 70, 78 are not going to move 21st to go all the way. I don't think so, for my opinion. At least he put a big name defenseman prospect. Mayu, Rebacker, Strobel, or not Strobel, Hudson, those kind of players I'm talking about, or a Joshua Roy. I don't see this happening. So I think they will be stuck at the 21st. I don't see anything else.
Well, yeah, that could be it. I mean, the biggest hot rumor out there right now is that things are heating up in a major way between Montreal and Winnipeg, and that 21st plus Justin Barron are in the works for Rucker McGorty. So we'll see if that actually happens. And if something like that happens, coach, it could change the way they think in terms of how they draft at number 5.
Yeah, that's a good thing. And where, yeah, of course, like the trade for Dak, from 13 or Romanov, everything like that.
Yeah.
At the 21st overall pick, now they move from 26. Which three players you thinking they are targeting?
Well, you mean in terms of trading away their 21st?
To
Are
who
you
they going to
saying?
select at 21st overall pick?
Well, there's, I would say Boisvert's a possibility at that spot. I think maybe Emil Hemming could be another one if he's available. Um, I think Andrew Basha would be available too, but I don't know if they'll go that direction. But I think Boisvert is the one that they had a very good meeting with him, and they were quite satisfied with the kind of responses he gave. Plus, obviously, his resume is very impressive as well. So I think we're looking at something like that if we keep the pick.
Yeah. Now you have to see about Michael Adge.
Yeah, Michael Hage, if he's available, that would be a very good pick as well.
Trevor Connelly could be another one if he slide there. And then don't be
Uh,
surprised, guys. Igor Chesnyshov, the big winger,
yeah,
6'2" from Russian, about they could be there. Now, the reason they go to 26 to 21st, I'm going to say is only 5 spot. My opinion for that one is Sasha Boisvert for me.
yeah,
Right
yeah,
away, yesterday in the chat group, I said both of them. What they're targeting is Sasha Boisvert. They have a great meeting with him, but if they are waiting at 26 to get Boisvert, Boisvert is going to be drafted by the Toronto Maple Leaf. He was really
yeah.
close. Well, we heard a rumor about that. So I think they're jumping in front of Toronto to steal Boisvert to the Toronto. But again, it's just a rumor about this. That would be what I'm thinking about this. I think Basha is too early. Amen. It could be that way, but I still they could get him at 26. It's really for me Age, Boisvert, Connelly, or Cold Baudouin. That would be another one. But when you
Yeah.
think about Cold Baudouin, this is a prototype player like Owen Beck and Kapanen, in my opinion, style wise. And I feel like maybe not Baudouin on that pick, on my opinion. So we'll see what's happening. Pete is in the house tonight. Darrell is in the house. Luc Lafortune, notre ami Luc, is with us tonight. Patrick Chevet, scoping fourth or fifth if it's possible. and the odds are huge at 34-5. Yeah, I don't see a Levshunov past number 3, Patrick, in my opinion. But we'll see. King of Gamer is in the house. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for being with us. A lot of people talking each other. I think it's a mistake, Coach, because they will change the format 95%. Yeah, I agree with you. Francis and Michigan at the top 3. Celebrity, Levshunov, Sennecke. Yes, the name Sennecke put with Anaheim. We know I said to everybody, Pat Verbeek looking for big body. And that would be another one. If the Anaheim did take a forward, Lindstrom, Dimitrov, or Sennecke over Ziliev or Biome or another defenseman, it's because they're going to trade Zegras. That's it, that's all. That's the only way we change my mind about the Anaheim Ducks. They go that direction.
Yeah.
Other ad picking
I
in the
agree.
first round. Yes, then they select 5th and 26th overall pick.
Twist.
Twice about this one. I got Corona, Marco, Gary is in the house tonight. Gary, welcome back, our friend. You're welcome, Roger. Always a pleasure to have you aboard to stop by. I go to straight live stream tomorrow. Then I'm not sure. The reason why, because now the Montreal does not have no pick and number second round pick. Then so they only 70 and 78, and then you have to go all the way to 100, and it will take time to the second round. So maybe I will pop up at some point, or I will only do a review video after all the selections, so you can a little bit know who they are at that moment. So we'll see. I will play by ear. Run with Kings. Moderator is in the house tonight. Welcome back. Go Habs, go. Thanks so much. Is it Burn? Here we go. Dan. And then we have Francois Pitt, Marco, Patrick. And the people talk each other. I think they only take Basha if they take Lindstrom and number 5. Yeah, that's a mix of the both zero together. Jose Duarte is in the house tonight. Another moderator, Ron. Jose, thanks so much to be with us tonight. We'll see what happens. Coach, what time close draft start tonight? Start at 7:10. Very close. Gary Bettman is on the TV. Guys, you're going to get the pick before me. That's it. That's all, guys. It's how this works because I'm on the live stream behind. That's okay with me. No problem. I will react. I will not check the chat. Mr. Enortap, he will know also what's going on before us. Larry Lavallée is in the house. Kovalek du Québec is in the house. We need Dimitrov. And then other people in the chat. So welcome, everybody. Thanks to be with our Canadian show. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. Can you move further up packaging for the 24 Becker and maybe Owen Becker? Yes, they can do that, King of Gamer. So this have done. What is your final prediction for the ad 5th Yamo? For me, I go with Biome. Shocking, but and then after that, it would be between Lindstrom and Dimitrov. So this is my 3 selection, but I try to create something what you does every year, players that nobody expects. So I go with Biome on that one. For that one, Jimbo is in the house tonight. Mr. Enortap going to give you the first overall pick. And how this works, guys, going to have a graphic here. They're going to give you the update of the picks tonight. We're going to have this right now here. Now I'm going to testing Mr. Enortap because yesterday was not working. So if the San Jose Sharks select number 1, Mr. Enortap, here we go. This is the San Jose Sharks, guys, what they have on the prospect. You can see on that one, Mr. Enortap, the San Jose Sharks were really good on the forward now. They have Ed Long, they have Musty, Bordelot. At the center, they have Will Smith, David Engstrom, a late first round pick. Nobody talk about him. A big center, 6'3". On the right winger, they have, again, Altonen, 18 years old, play a great year and the junior, and a big 6'3". Defenseman now, they trade, remember, Timo Myers to the Devils to get the big defenseman 6'4", Mukamadulin for the San Jose Sharks. Now, this after that is a bit lower, and on the right defenseman, they don't have a lot. But honestly, guys, whatever they are as a prospect, Mr. Enortap, they're going to select only one name, and at Billy, they're going to select Macklin Celebrini,
Mr.
right?
Celebrini. Yeah.
So
We'll see if that happens, but it should be a no-brainer.
I agree. Absolutely, I agree with you about that one there. And we'll see about the people in the chat already. Patrick said that will pick Dimitrov and may advise to do so about this one over there. Gonna sign all now and watch it. Well, all right, Marco. Morning, I'm up, moving up the top five. Almost never happened. I agree with you. Chris, welcome back, Mr. Enortap. Chris Duhamel, back in the house. Chris is over 1 year at least. He didn't come back here. So always a pleasure to everybody. We need to best have a little header defense. This Chris, that's the reason I select Zeb Bion. That's the reason it's coming. He's the best available players if Lindstrom is out and if Levshunov is
Demidov.
out and if
Demidov.
no, Mr. Enortap. Biom is
No.
better, in my opinion. Biom is better as a talent skill wise, as a defenseman at
Yeah.
Dimitrov, right? I'm still
Yeah.
have
You're
some reserve about Dimitrov. Never play against men. He only play in MHL. This is a junior A, Mr. Enortap. Imagine tomorrow, Celebrini play in the MHL. Imagine Lindstrom, 6'4", play in MHL.
Yeah.
So evaluate a player junior A and compare to other, I think will be a little bit my concern about Dimitrov. I'm not saying it's not going to be a bad play. And at the end of the day, Mr. Enortap, whatever who they pick, Montreal Canadian, I'll be very happy.
I know we need to be. We have
Right?
to work with what we have. Yeah.
Exactly. So we'll see what happened about this. Jose Coach, do you see any surprise trait happening in the draft? I don't think so. At least the top 10 at this moment. So we'll see it happening. I think now,
We
I don't
shall
know.
see.
When you have the pick, Mr. Top, just let me know if you
San
have it.
Jose, they're going up to the podium right now. San Jose.
All right. That's great to see that. What a great location, Vegas, at the Sphere. I wish I would be there. About this. It would be difficult to have an NCAA defenseman to sign if you see a ton of defensemen blocking the way. Main reason I don't blame and Montreal. Patrick, if Biom he get drafted, he become the best defenseman for the Montreal Canadiens. Right? Like he will go over Cooley, he will go over Raybacker. He's going to become better right away. So nobody in front of them is going to lead the domination of the Montreal Canadiens defenseman on all the way. So we'll see what happening about that one. And San Jose Sharks,
Oh,
general
nice.
manager Mike Greer is going to select Mr. Enortap.
Well, they just called up Joe Thornton to make the announcement.
Joe Thornton.
And he still has his beard, his hockey playoff beard.
Now he's not on the stage, Mr. Enortap.
He's on the stage. He's coming up soon.
Oh, here we go. He's coming. He came from the bar. That's happening. He was late, Mr. Enortap. He forgot to pay the tips.
And there we have it. No surprise. No surprise. The first pick
And
is Mr.
go ahead.
Macklin Celebrini. Of course, he's really the unquestioned best player that's available in the draft. 6 foot, 200 pounds. Probably one of the hardest workers in this draft. Like his work ethic is really second to none, and that's just like from watching some of his practices and games that he's been engaged in. He's the youngest player in NCAA history or hockey that I think he just turned 18 on like maybe a couple of weeks ago or something like that. And he's still dominating all sorts of competition. I think he had over 60. Oh, there you have it. At a total of 64 points in 38 games that he was involved in. All parts of his game, coach, are very, very complete. There you have on top a ranking that, by the way, the ranking that you see up there is all out of 9. It's not out of 10. So you see, he scores high in all the areas. His lowest is probably his physicality, but that, I mean, that's to be expected. That's not really what they've drafted him for. So, what an excellent pick for San Jose. They're on the right track to rebuilding and rebuilding properly.
You're absolutely about that. I think this is a great news for the San Jose Sharks. They just add more on the table they already have, Mr. Enortap. So I think this is a great opportunity for them to play now with Will Smith. Okay, now the big question is to know: do you think Celebrity are going to returning, and then NCAA who is going to jump in right away in NHL?
Well, I think he's ready, but I mean, I think the smart thing would be to sort of bring him along properly. You can't overcook the player here in terms of keeping him down too long. I know he's accomplished just about everything he's had to accomplish at different levels, but it won't hurt him one extra year as San Jose is working towards improving their team as well. And why not surround him when he has a few key cogs to go along with, and it's a little bit more productive out there.
Awesome, Mr. Tap. Pick number 2, the Chicago Blackhawks. Chicago Blackhawks, guys, they fill up. They decided to rebuild 2 years ago,
Yeah,
and they're looking now to add a defenseman or a forward. You can see what they're looking for. On the right defenseman, they have only Sam Renzel, 19 years old, 6'3". It could be a good year. I see Renzel more as a top 4 defenseman. On the left side, they already have Kocinski, Mr. Tap. What a great year on his first professional as a player with the Chicago Blackhawks. Only 19 years old, 6'2". They have Lezik, 22 years old, signed a new contract. A big, huge defenseman, 6'6". They still have the Lindstrom on the left side with Adam. But on the forward, guys, Bedard, Nazar, Moore, 3 great center. And you talk about Colton Duck, the brother of the Kirby Duck, big 6'4". On the right side, this is what they're looking for. They're going to maybe
yeah.
add a right winger over there. On the left side, too, they are not great if you think about what they got on the prospect. So at the end, I believe now is going to be between Dimitrov, Levshunov. I don't think I will give 10% about Caden Lindstrom to get. Now, let me know what you think and what will be you pick if you are the Chicago Blackhawks, Mr. Enortap.
Well, you saw that gap at right wing. I mean, obviously, I agree with you 100%. I think it's between Demidov and Levshunov at this point. But I think they've really pursued and done their homework with Levshunov. That I expect that's the direction they'll go from all that we're hearing, and it also would solidify a very key position at defense, as well as, of course, they have Bedard, so that would they have their key centerman there as well. So, that's the right direction to go. We'll see. We'll see if they go Demidov or not, but I would say it's about 80-20 that they'll go Levshunov.
Yeah, you're absolutely about this. Claude Richard knocked the door. Welcome back. For me, um, since day one, watch the clips. It's Lindstrom. I still not go. I know that a lot of people thinking Dimitrov now, but I still believe the Chicago Blackhawks are going to get more with the Lindstrom. It's rare. It's hard to find a right defenseman, Mr. Top. Lindstrom have everything to be a solid first
Oh
D in the
yeah,
NHL. 6'2", great on the offensive side, transition, have a great year. The only reason Michigan State, it was in the race and the playoff NCAA this year, and they have a great year because Levshunov. It was the
yeah, he
Victor
had a
Edmond
superior.
for Michigan State, Mr. Top. So we'll see
Yeah,
what happens
absolutely.
about that.
His entire game is just complete, defensively, offensively. Like there's areas, of course, that he can improve in, but overall, he's a complete package in terms of a defenseman, and that size too. At 6'2", and I think he's around 205 pounds. It's hard to get with defensemen.
We want to welcome back Claude Richard and 26. Welcome. Oh, you think Dimitrov is going to be a Kucherov. Patrick Lawhite believe Zilibrine is going to be more RNH in NHL. That's all for him. We don't see a bigger picture for Zilibrine. And 26, I said that. A2, you are right about. Sorry about this, Mr. Tap.
Bless you.
Reason I have to
Bless
go
you.
on the bed earlier. Victor Maxwell is in the house tonight. Victor, thanks to be with our Canadian show. About who is best now, but who is having the best career and 26. About that one over there. We'll see what happening about this. Ron, I see a lot of people said Utah will draft Igela or Ziliev. Ron, yeah, it could happen if they are available about this. And now we have to wait. I don't know where we at, Mr. Tap. I see have a picture of nobody is on
Yeah,
the
we're still waiting for. Oh, they're starting to walk. Dickinson's walking to the podium right now, and let's see if he brings a special guest with him or not. We'll see. Sorry, Kyle Davidson.
I agree with you about this here too. I think Bruni is going to have a great career in NHL. I think better at RNH. I'm not. It's not compared for me, Bruni to RNH, from my opinion. But we'll see what happening about this. And then N26 believe is going to be a Kucherov for Dimitrov.
Well done. They're getting Connor Bedard to make the announcement.
Connor Bedard. Same size like Gary Bettman, maybe? I don't know.
No,
Peter Winstock is in the house. We'll see what happening. Peter, welcome back. Come with the YouTube channel. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. Dickinson to the bottom. Francois Dickinson maybe jump some top 5 and 26. We'll see what happening there, guys.
We called it, Coach. We called it. They picked Artyom Levshunov.
They did it?
Out of Michigan State, 6'2", 205 pounds. Like, as we were saying before, guys, like he's a highly coveted right shot defenseman that can really produce offensively, and he's solid defensively as well. While playing for Michigan State, like we saw, he was deployed in all sorts of situations: penalty kill, power play, whatever it was. He's very aggressive, pinching down to extend, plays in the offensive zone. He seems to have the green light to lead the rush, and he does that very well. What else can we say? Like his work ethic is very good, and there's still areas of improvement. As you can see there, he's consistent in all parts of his criteria that are established here. The coach put up. Nothing really is an area of concern in my eyes. Like just the stature alone leads to a very physical type of defenseman, the kind of guy that you want in the playoffs. He's going to make his presence known to many offensive players that come in that direction on his side. So the Belarusian-born right-handed shot player goes to the Chicago Blackhawks, as we anticipated. So that's 2 out of 2 so far.
Yeah, look, like I said, I watch, guys, I watch clips like you don't know how many clips. I see many of them. Levshunov is a really dominate defenseman. Is going to be in NHL. Like I said, if he was a left defenseman, Chicago would maybe think about this. But in fact, now he's a right defenseman. He's a big body at 6'2", and he's already at 200 pounds. At 17 years old, play and NCAA, the way he plays.
That's right.
I think one characteristic we don't talk enough about Lindstrom, guys, he's more physical than what you think he is. Like, he can play the man in the corner 1 versus 1 very well. And that's one another attribute for me, Levshunov for me. He have a great hockey sense. He see the ice very well. He can carry on the puck. I wish he would carry on the puck more this year, Mr. Enortap.
Well, I think he'll be called upon for sure, and is he's very mature. Like he doesn't panic under pressure, as we saw this year with Michigan State. Like he's a cool cucumber there, and he's the kind of defenseman that you want on your
Yeah,
team.
you're absolutely about this. A lot of people in the chat stop by. Everybody, welcome in the chat. I apologize, I cannot have no time to welcome everyone one by one. But no, LDP is in the house. We have Laurence in the house. Randy Walkman knocked the door. Thanks so much, everybody. And then Triple W a little bit earlier. And Terry Goodrow is in the house. And we'll see. Now, Mr. Nata, we have to go pick number 3. This is where is the most
Anaheim.
difficult pick. Remember, guys, I said 2 days ago, a couple of days ago, which pick is the most difficult? Most of you said Chicago. I still believe me was only Lindstrom there. So for me, it's Anaheim. Because Anaheim right now is right there. And you don't know what they are going to do. Why? Because they have a different way they can get Mr. Enortap. And one reason behind that, Mr. Enortap, is look the prospect pool they have. On the left winger,
Yeah,
they trade for Gauthier. They set up a Sujab where it's not a bad players playing the national team USA. Then as a center, Mr. Enortap, what's this one? Carlson, McDavid, and they have Nathan Gauthier. Gauthier is a late pick, first of all, a couple of years ago. A big body, 6'3", plays career with the Quebec Rempart. I think it will satisfy the bottom 6 at some point. It's only on the right side, Mr. Tab, they don't have. Colangelo and Pitre. This is where area and I'm going targeting. Look the defensive side. Look on the left side. Mentikov.
yeah,
What a great year he
solid.
has with Anandak this year. Another 6'2". You talk about Levshunov, that's what you got with Mentikov. A little bit more physical, by the way, by Levshunov. They have Zellweger, play with Everett, similar tip, many years. Big, good, great skater, defenseman on the transition. He's only 5'10", but still. And they have Hans. Hans is a 6'3", big body for them at the bottom of their pairing defenseman. On the right side, Mr. Nota, they have Tristan Luneau, Jen, defenseman, 6'2", play with the Drummondville, and they have a Noah Warren, a 19 years old, only 6'4". You can see the defenseman is pretty good, but I still believe they can go with the defenseman. And I'm talking about Biam, Ziliev, Dimitrov. They are the players they can targeting, and that will be the one of the 3. No, I
Yeah.
don't think so. They go with Lindstrom. So what do you want to add more, Mr. Natal, during the time Pat Verbeek is jumping on the podium?
Well, they're about to announce it very shortly right now, but I wanted to add, yeah, maybe somebody on the right side. They already have 2 very big defensemen there. Imagine if they drafted Siliev at that point. I know Buyam's value has increased drastically over the last couple of weeks, and the odds are more with him, but they're pretty stacked on the left side. So let's see what they are going to go with here. They called upon Captain Scott Niedermeyer to make the uh, the call.
We'll see.
Oh, oh, are you ready, Coach?
Sennecke.
We were both wrong. Senneca's the man. Oh boy. Okay. Not. I mean, his value really
Wow, this is a big one.
skyrocket. I think that really helps Montreal in some ways, if you think about it, right?
The
So
young kid is still shocked.
he's in shock. Yes.
Wow,
But he's
Seneca,
loving
ladies
it.
and
He's
gentlemen, about that one there. So,
yeah,
uh, you
and
talk about surprise, right? Pat Verbeek did it. The
yeah.
first surprise of this NHL draft, guys. Seneca, he become the number 3 overall pick by the Anaheim Ducks. What a great surprise, in my opinion, for him.
Selection. Yeah,
Listen, kid, he have only
yeah,
68 points, 27 goals, and 63 games on top. Here we go.
yeah. I mean, 6 foot. I mean, he's grown to about 6'3.5", and he's almost 200 pounds now. Like he's growing into his body and he's making adjustments that way in terms of his stature. But as you can see, like look at his puck handling skills, his passing skills, like they're all elite. And I think a lot of the other areas will improve drastically as he fits into his size a little bit more. He's a very strong skater. He sort of knows how to pull pucks out of traffic and make plays in tight spaces. Like I said, it'll take some time for him to fill out his frame, but I think he projects to be a gem and possibly could be one of the steals of the 2024 draft in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm still in the shock to see Sennecke number 3. I never thought he's going to be a top 5.
I don't think we had him that high.
Yeah, and mom crying right now, but the kids like, do I'm dreaming right now? It's Vegas. Everything anyway. Everything happened in Vegas, the guys. It's not like it happened anywhere. But
That's it.
I think a lot of people are shocked on that one. Honestly, not many people predict Sennecke at number 3. His name pop up the last 24 hours to maybe a selection for Anaheim. One thing I said about Pat Verbeek, Mr. Enortap, in the chat yesterday, right? I said Pat Verbeek likes big body. Like the reason
Yes.
the people who said Biome or Cilia, Mr. Enortap, what I said to you, don't. He's not going to get Biome. He love big body Pat Verbeek. Look what he did with Zader. Look what he did with Sonemanson. Look what he did with Edvinson with Detroit. Look what he did with Casper. They like the draft. He was always looking for big body. He did the same thing right now. They took a big body and they select Sennecke. For me, a little bit shocking, Sennecke over Lindstrom, but still, Mr. Enortap, that's the reason I'm sitting with you tonight. I'm not there, honestly. But that's what we got, Mr. Enortap. The top 3 guys, San Jose
Yeah.
select Celebrini, Chicago get Levshunov, and Sennecke get Padanen.
And here we go. So you have both Lindstrom, you have both Demidov still available here. And right now, from what I'm reading from Frank Saravelli, the phone is blowing up both in Columbus table and Montreal's table. So hang on tight because something could be coming down very soon.
We have a lot of people in the chat. Thanks for all the likes. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes. Montreal is not out on Lindstrom injury and immaturity. Terry, about this one over there. Francois is scared. We have about approximately 10 minutes before we know the pick from Montreal Canadiens. But we're going to see the next pick, Mr. Enortap, the prospect of the Columbus Blue Jacket. The Blue Jacket have a new general manager, Dan Waddell, pick up now the new direction of the team after they fired the head coach Pascal Vincent and the general manager a couple of months ago. If you look what they got, last year the Columbus Blue Jackets select Adam Fantilli, another big 6'2 center, one concern with Carlson, remember, with Will Smith, who they going to be number 2, number 3, number 4, and the Columbus get Fantilli. They still have Cole Zellinger after he have a great first year in NHL, struggled during second year, bounce back this year, and this is what they got as a center. Does lose Pinelli, and I don't expect too much about them. On the right side, you select last year the Brindley at the end of the first round. The 5'9", honestly, guys, he's not 5'9", he's only 5'8", barely. Brindley, I coached him before, is a young, but he's a great motor, energetic player, played with the Michigan and the NCAA. They have also Dumais, 20 years old, another small winger, was drafted 96 overall pick 2 years ago. And then on the left side, they have Johnson, another great selection for them, 5th overall pick. Unfortunately, under Pascal Vincent, he struggled after he had a great year the year before that. And we'll see if it could be on the trade market for the Columbus Blue Jackets. But you have to look on the defenseman. They have Matejchuk, named the best defenseman OHL, followed by Zozil. And then on the right side, they have Chirecek, a big 6'3". Unfortunately, under Pascal Vincent, he struggled. And they have Sulman. So for me, guys, they have more the direction to select big body on the winger or on the center. That's the reason I would say they're going to select Lindstrom. But Mr. Enortap, your final word.
I agree 100%. I think Lindstrom's the man. They want to have a fantastic duo with Fantilli and Lindstrom down the road, and it's right now they're getting Rick Nash to make the announcement. They're up at the podium,
We'll see who they're going to select. Julien said yes. So I don't know what kind of yes is all about. Alexis Dufresne.
and we called it, Coach. It is indeed Caden Lindstrom
Here we go.
going to Columbus.
The Columbus Blue
So
Jacket select Kaden
and
Lindstrom, Mr. Enortap. There we
and
go.
he
You can
really
tell us what you think
he
about
really
Lindstrom.
Yeah, he really brings a combination, I think, of power and finesse to the game. He's 6'3", 215 pounds. Like he's a great shooter, but he's more of a distributor. And like this guy works exceptionally hard to defend as well with his stature and his strength. Like his reason or his season was a little bit or half cut short, mostly because of his injury. But even when he returned in the playoffs, like he did exceptionally well. So his stats aren't obviously as high as they could have been, but that's what they are. He's a pure shooter. He'll need to, prove that he can distribute the puck effectively as a center, though. That's the only thing I see falling off a bit. But I mean, look at those marks that he got out of 9. Like they're all very, very good, and he brings a maturity and a high IQ to the game as well. So I think it's a great pick for Columbus. He's also from the area, I believe, and he. I think it's going to be great for him to be with this team and the way they've been improving.
Mr. Enortap, whatever you said right now, nobody listen to us. They're just thinking about Dimitrov. The chat is blow out right now, Mr. Enortap, with Dimitrov. And all the
Yeah,
fans request Dimitrov. So we'll see if Montreal going to get there. But finally, that one, Mr. Enortap. Caden Lindstrom is going to be a power forward. And to join the Fantilli, this is going to be a big duo for them. Remind me a little bit of McTavish and Carlson with Anaheim Ducks.
yeah,
And again, if he's not play as a center, I think Lindstrom play as a winger, and he could become a Chris Grader. On the flip side, a lot of people was concerned about the back of the players, and now we can see it was not a big concern for many other teams. So Montreal Canadiens are going to be on the next one, Mr. Enortap. It look like the board now is looked that way, Mr. Enortap.
yeah. It's pretty complete so far. Not bad. I mean, Sennecke was probably the only one that we didn't have projected at number 3,
Yep.
but we definitely had him, I believe, in the top 10. But that's really the only surprise so far.
We are a new subscriber, Mr. Enortap.
Welcome.
Welcome in the family, the Hockey Nation Show. If you have never been subscribed in the chat, please don't hesitate to subscribe. If you did not click on the like, we would love you to click on the like. If you don't mind, that'd be great. The next selection is the Montreal Canadiens, and you can see the prospect they have, and most of you know it exactly. On the left side, they have Sikorsky, Joshua Roy, and now they have Luc Tuck and Florian Jacquard. They're getting bigger and bigger. You Montreal Canadiens on the winger side. On the center, they have 2 prospects. Owen Beck, a 6-foot players, and Oliver Kapanen, 6'1" players. Both them was drafted in 2022, the first year of Ken Hughes. Beck, 33 overall pick. Kapanen, apologize, was selected by Marc Bergevin, 64 overall pick the year before that. On the right side, this was an area where Montreal was not great. I'm talking about Philippe Mézard, 26 overall pick in 2022. Eneman trade for the Calgary Flame to the Montreal Canadiens. And Sean Farrell was drafted by the Marc Bergevin, I believe, 144 overall pick. Now, the last 2 seasons, Montreal Canadiens select more defensemen to join Kaden Coley. They add David Rebacker and they add Lane Hudson. And then, of course, Bergevin select Strobel and they select Logan Mailloux. And they trade for Justin Barron with Likonen. And they add from Ken Hughes, Konichukov from the Russian kid, and they had Adam Ekstrom. If you look about what we got on that moment, I thought it's going to be beyond or Lindstrom or Dimitrov. Lindstrom is out. Believe people are going to take it in Dimitrov. I still have my pick. I said
Reservations?
it was beyond about that one over there. But I will go with the flow of everybody, guys. If it's Dimitrov, I
Come
would
on,
be pretty
coach.
happy about that one.
Stick
But
to your prediction. Stick to your prediction, coach.
no, I just said I would be happy if they select a Dimitrov at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think unless they go something really off the board, I think we're going to get a great player at this point, and it's no surprise that both Hughes and Gordon made it a point to say earlier on that they were going to try, all things being equal, that they were going to go with a forward to build on the backside that they've already built over the last couple of years, and some of those picks coming from the previous regime as well. So I think they're pretty much set on the defensive end. Now we'll see what happens here. And right now, well, they're showing Mr. Demidov in the crowd, but we'll see what happens. Montreal still has not. Oh, here they come. They're coming up to the podium now.
I don't like Christian pull me round triple W and A2. And like people guys could drop their first line right winger Dimitrov. Again, guys, like I said, I'm really happy with Dimitrov. I still
Oh yeah.
Shane, can you shock the world with Sakaski? Can you shock the world with Rebecca? Can you do a trifecta, Mr. Enortap, at the horse race? And I guess that's why is a great place to do that. But or they're going to go with the fans want it, the Dimitrov.
We'll see. We'll see here. Yeah, we passed on one
pick, Mr. Enortap?
one Russian last year. Well, mine was Demidov originally, the 5. I let's see who they're bringing up here. Oh, it's Celine Dion to make the announcement.
Celine Dion.
Canadiens. Wow.
Hopefully, she will be better at Carey Price.
All right, hey, don't make fun of our Carey Price.
Gordon is not on the stage, Patrick Lawhite.
She's looking good. She's looking good.
Yeah, she's back. She does some kind of the show right now. That's her son, by the way, if I can recall it.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
She said that the first thing she said, "I'm still alive."
I'm alive. Okay, here we go. Here comes the announcement.
Just wait. The people in the reaction, the chat guys, you can mention the chat guys. I understand. No worry about that. Hopefully, she has the right word. That's nice for the Montreal to bring Celine Dion.
I'm not even a hockey mom, she said. And she's excited.
François, why Celine Dion? Because who they are, the Montreal Canadiens. William McClary is in the house. Sennecke is in the house.
The Montreal Canadiens will select, and they're proud to.
Julien said Dimitrov, so I expect Dimitrov.
It is Demidov, coach. It is.
Here we go. The Montreal Canadiens select, ladies and gentlemen, Ivan Dimitrov. Wow. What a great selection for the Montreal Canadiens, Mr. Enortap. Nothing wrong with that selection. And the Montreal Canadiens continues to deliver now a big forward like the fans are looking for. And the excitement is in the building, Mr. Enortap. Let us know about who is Dimitrov.
I gotta say, I have goosebumps right now. We were worried about size at one point, and I know it says 5'11" there, but we know from the combine that when he was measured, he came in at almost 6'1", and at 181 pounds now. He had in 47 games played, he had 34 goals, 54 assists. Like, this guy is an elite offensive talent. If he was in North America, I think he'd probably be number two right now. He started obviously the season with the KHL, but then was sidelined. He had a slight knee injury in the fall, and he missed some time at that point. We don't know exactly the timeline, even though there is speculation he could come as early as next year to North America. But he's one classy, skilled individual. Like, he possesses really the smarts and to play hockey, and he adapts well on the go. His IQ is really, really good. As you can see, he scored an 8 out of 9 in that category. He dominated the Russian Junior League. His showcasing of only illustrated dynamic offensive skills. An outstanding skater. His edge work is phenomenal. Like, he's got pretty much everything. I mean, his physicality obviously is not there, but again, we're not drafting him to be a physical player here, and you never know. Even as he bulks up a little bit more now with his added height, he could make that a part of his game. But I think this is a great pick by Montreal at this point. Many people last year, had the administration's head because we didn't go with Michkov. Well, we got Demidov, and you know what? I'll even go as far as to say I think Demidov is a slightly more complete player than Michkov is.
Well, some is on tap, and then I'm telling you right now, the fans are and excited about Dimitrov, and not only the fans, guys. We have to celebrate a little bit, Mr. On tap. Dimitrov now is inside the Montreal Canadian organization, and wow, what a great news for the Montreal Canadian. I'm happy to be wrong on that one, honestly, and I'm very glad to have Dimitrov for the Montreal Canadian. Another great pick for the Montreal. Sennecke, Rebacker, and now Dimitrov, Mr. Enortap.
And I think he's probably the most talented offensive player in this draft. I'll go as far as to say that. I think the expectations are going to be high, and this guy, he seems very mature. All the interviews that I saw that were conducted in the last 2 or 3 weeks, he's got a great sense of humor. He seems to embrace the fact that he's coming to North America, and I think he wants to do it as quickly as possible. So let's get this thing done as soon as possible.
Now, Mr. Enortap.
Uh-oh. Hot seat.
Mr. Enortap.
Yes, sir, Coach.
And the
Let us have
it. Fans in the chat. I think I'm dreaming more. Dimitrov. Mr. Enortap, Dimitrov a 1-year contract.
Yes.
The team SKA not going to resign him. He doesn't want to get there. Can the team does exactly what they did with Michkov and said, you know what? We're not going to send him and punish him to send him in MHL, but we're going to finish. That's it. That's all. We're going to send Dimitrov out right already. Can you believe it? What could happen?
That would be a fantastic. Then you have a more direct connection with his development here in North America, and that would be awesome.
So Dimitrov could be with the Montreal Canadiens in September.
And remember, we don't know all the details, right? You got to assume that Montreal has done their due diligence in researching everything. So maybe there's still things that we haven't learned that will be a bigger surprise down the road for us.
We'll see what's happening about that one, Mr. Enortap. Dimitrov now with the Montreal Canadiens. And now the
we
pick.
Got Utah now.
The pick it's
The
not
you
over yet, guys. We still have number 21st over pick. We're going to consist, guys, to deliver what we do every single time. Now, following, guys, by the Utah, the new team from the Phoenix Coyotes. If you look about the prospect pool, there's on a team like Columbus, Montreal, San Jose. They draft back to back at the same spot every year, Mr. Enortap. Look what they have. On the center, they have Logan Coley. He was drafted another kind of player like Dimitrov, in my opinion. They have right winger, of course, Dylan Gwander. Have a great year. The Sun of Shane Down have a great start with the team this year. They got last year Daniel Bott, a big winger, 6'5". On the defenseman, they got Simetchev at 6'4", and Lamoureux at 6'7". They are huge. No doubt in my mind, Mr. Enortap, this is going to select a defenseman. That's all.
yeah.
And I don't
I
know,
agree.
Parrott,
I
Guillaume,
agree.
or Dickinson, Mr. Enortap. My selection is going to be Sam Dickinson.
Oh, goodness graciousness, coach. We're both wrong. I thought defenseman too. They went with Tej McGinley. Tej McGinley has been selected by the Utah Hockey Club.
Wow.
Wow.
Here we go, Mr. Enortap.
Well,
Another one in the building. And the Calgary Flames fans are crying, Mr.
are
Enortap. Now.
upset. Oh my goodness. Well,
This is a surprise.
you know what?
We knew it was going to
When
be
we
a
say
surprise, Mr. Enortap.
yes, yes, and we're not obviously we're not putting down Tej McGinley because I would have loved to have him even in Montreal. He's a great hockey player. He's at I believe 6'1", 185 pounds. He's got elite offensive skills. We saw what he can do when he helped Canada win the gold medal at the 2024 IHF World Games, the under 18 championship. He had 12 points in that series with 6 goals and 6 assists in only 7 games. He's only 17 years old, and he's very versatile, and he can play either center or the wing. So that addresses some of the issues that Utah had to look at. I mean, we thought there was more of an urgency for defensemen, but again, maybe this is a case where they looked at the best player available versus what their needs were. I think he's very dynamic. He's got speed, quickness. He's got a great IQ, natural instincts that you really can't teach. And I think it's a great pick. Under different circumstances, I would have loved him in Montreal as well. But congratulations to Utah.
Wow, Mr. Enortap, shocking. It was supposed to be a draft for the defenseman, Mr. Enortap.
Didn't we say 5 or 6 defensemen would go in the top 10?
I just got fired by myself, Mr. Enortap. Like I thought,
Oh my
at
goodness.
least Ziliev or Guillaume will be on the top 5, and did not happen. And then
Wow.
number 6, Mr. Enortap, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was expect a defenseman, and then maybe an Ingela would switch there. I never think Ingela would be number 6, Mr. Enortap. So we'll see what happening there, Mr. Enortap. Again, a great selection
Wow.
for them. I thought he going to targeting a right winger. I think if it was
Uh,
Sennecke there at number 6, they would get there. But they love the tradition of the dad and son after down. Now they go with Igela. And great selection for the Coyotes, ex-Coyotes, Mr. Enortap. And well done by them for that one. So
and
that's conclude the board. Right now we get Mr. Enortap. I forgot Anaheim select Sennecke, right?
yes, yes.
I didn't
And it was
delete it. I just remove it, Mr. Enortap. Somewhere, somehow, is right here, Mr.
you
Enortap.
still you
Here we
still
go.
can't believe it, right?
For some reason, Mr. Enortap,
Yeah.
I cannot put
Look what
Lindstrom at the right spot. I don't know why. I try. He cannot want to get in the middle of my
it's okay.
square.
It's okay. We understand it. We
I
understand it.
apologize, guys. I want to be perfect, but you cannot be perfect. The imperfect make you perfect, Mr. Enortap.
That's it. That's it.
We'll see what we got on
Yeah,
that draft.
this will be interesting.
We're going
We
to see
got
what we
what,
get, Mr.
Ottawa?
Enortap, in the chat. What we got here.
Yeah.
We got William. This draft is up in the air. Patrick Biom may snub Ottawa. Francois, the Ducks are going to remember this draft year, one or another. On that one, I think for me, they're going to select Ottawa. Parek, because
I
he's a
think,
right defenseman,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I think they will take Dickinson over Beyond. I think why? I feel like Jake Sanderson, Mr. Tap, is a prototype of the Ottawa Senator, in my opinion. And when you look about the Ottawa Senator, really quickly, the prospect they have, Mr. Tap, at center, Tim Souza. What a great player he is, honestly. They have Riley Craig, have a good couple of years now with the team. Ostachuk is still on the Belleville and American Hockey League. Jervendi or Yarvendi never reached his full potential. On the right, they have Peterson and Boucher. He said, wow, they don't have a lot. All those big names, I'm talking about Norris, Pinto, and of course Kachuk are now 23 years old and older. That's their name is not there anymore. Now look, the left defenseman, Mr. Tap, and they have Sanderson, but they still have Chikron. They still have Shabbat on the left side, and they have a Locker with them also. So I think on the right defenseman, you can see is blank. No doubt in my mind, you're going to target him
Yeah.
Super chat.
Yeah, but super chat, Mr. Triple W699. Thanks so much about this, Mr. Tap. The time you do this.
Okay.
And
Yes, we have the Ottawa Senators are now up at the podium. Let's see who is going to present their pick. But I mean, I would agree they'll go defense and probably Perek, but let's wait and see here.
what happened about this? Mr. Tap, the time you do that. Super chat number 1. He did it again, Mr. Tap. I'm talking about
Oh,
Triple W, Mr. Tap. About this
here
one.
we go, Coach. Should I hold this up again?
What they did? Who? Yakinchuk
With their Yakimchuk they went with.
is
I
what,
mean,
Mr.
again,
Tap?
they addressed the
It's a
right
right
side. They addressed
defenseman,
the
right?
right side.
It's a right
Yeah.
defenseman.
But
It's not surprised me. I
Yeah.
should be a little bit more smarter. I focus on Parek on that one. But on my top 10, Mr. Tap,
Yeah.
I put Yakinchuk with the Calgary Flame, if I can record it. So it was my top 10, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And he was the next right-handed defenseman as well. Like he's 6'3", 202 pounds. You can't go wrong with Yakimchuk. He's got a great combination of skill, speed, as you can see, physical pushback. Like he's a physical kind of player. He can play. He can play the game any way you want to play. He's got quite a repertoire of things that he can do. He's proven he can score off the rush. He's got a great shot. Also from the point as well. He plays the power play very well. He keeps opponents very honest around the crease because of his physical presence, and that's something I think Ottawa wanted to establish to help out their goaltending situation as well. Had a very good year with the WHL this year. Like I said before, at 6'3" and over 200 pounds, you're not going to go wrong with this 18-year-old right-handed player. He likes to battle. He gets engaged in all plays, and I think that if you had to look at in terms of projection, he could very well be a number one pairing, but I think he might land in a number two type of pairing, and the potential it could be higher for him. We'll see as his progression develops here.
Well, listen, I did my video this week about the best 7 defensemen, and Yakinchuk, he was one of the top best with Parek on the offensive side of this game. The only problem I got with him is skating. I'm a little bit nervous about his skating, but he does not afraid to attack. He create a lot of turnover and gave away puck at some point where the team get beat many times, like a goal from opponent team. But overall, he liked to take a risk, carrying the puck very well. I feel like he's going to be a solid defenseman for them. And the reason why they don't go with Parik over, because for me, the defensive side of this game, the physicality of Parik is not there compared to Yakenchuk. He has some kind of meanness
Agreed.
inside of him. Like I said, guys, Ottawa's looking pick Yakenchuk for the position what they targeting, and they don't have any right defensemen on the prospect pool. This is a great pick for them. I thought it was a Parik or Yakenchuk. But great selection for Ottawa Senator. You can see the clip who he is. He's an oriented offensive side. Look his move again. Great shot accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, power and strength for Yakenchuk. And that's the reason I believe he's going to be a solid defenseman about that. You see the turnover there by him,
Yeah. Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Amazing.
That's what I'm talking about for Yakenchuk. He makes some kind of turnover sometime about this. So let me get it was a selection by Buffalo. I'm going to move here, Mr. Enortap, and then
While we wait for Seattle, yeah, and he was fifth among the WHL defensemen. I think he had 71 points in total in 66 games that he played. So you're right; they've addressed that issue as well. So that's a great pick. We saw his value raised this year, right? At one point, he was a little bit lower than what it obviously got selected at, but not out of place in my eyes.
yeah, sorry about this. Following by the Kraken, Mr. Enortap, Kraken general manager Ron Francis. The last couple of years, they select Matt Bernier, another center, 6'2". They draft Shane Wright 2 years ago, a 6'1" center. They have also David Coyette is on the one last year. They draft also Fisher Mulgard. On the right winger, they have Furcus, and but they trade last year they select Edouard Sally, a 6'2" forward, and they still have Renkov, another great big winger, 6'3", and Neiman is a 6'4". Now on the defensive side, Mr. Top, you can see there. They have name, but not big name at the end of the day. And look at the left side. I know Price is a good defenseman. I think I should remove 1 star, on my opinion. But I think they're going to targeting a left defenseman. And that moment, guy, is going to be, I believe, Dickinson or Biom. I don't see any other choice. I think this is a pick for the Kraken. It's not up. You want to add something about that.
No, you're right. And right now they're making their way up to the podium. Let's see who they get to present this in a minute. They're they have a need definitely on defense, and like we said a little bit earlier, this may have started the run on defensemen now. So we'll see if Seattle continues this pattern.
Would be interesting
Okay.
where they go that way. Honestly, people said him or this.
Oh,
Uh,
they called on Matty Beniers to make the presentation.
on the screen covering that, have the freaking frame of the view. No one else. I don't know about this number oh 06. I'm not on ESPN. Thanks for this. Be with us. Don't forget, guys, to click on the likes and don't forget to follow the Hockey Nation. We are live every single day. Now they could also select Ziliev. I forgot about him, Mr. Notap. A big defenseman, 6'7". He thought was my third board on the board, but we'll see what they're going to do, Mr. Notap.
Oh, oh, we were wrong, Coach. They did not go defenseman. They
What?
went with Berkeley Catton. They went with Berkeley Catton. I mean, what a great player Berkeley is. Uh, he's probably up there in the top three in terms of the skill level. But that's oh, coach, you sound surprised. You sound
What?
shocked
I love
as
this
well.
kid, right? You know how much I talk
Yeah.
about
Oh, I
him,
know.
but
You had him in the top five. I know. But what can you say about Berkeley? I mean, if this guy, if you had said he was 6'2", I mean, he'd definitely be either number one, two, or three that would go in this draft this year. That's really the only knock you can say. As you can see there, look how he ranks out of nine in all the categories. except obviously physicality, which is not to be worried about here. But I think this guy's a hard worker. His skill level is unreal in my eyes. I think it's for them. It's going to add quite a bit in terms of what they have to offer up front, and you already have Shane Wright, and you have Matty Beniers. This is going to add tremendously to their offense, and he's going to be a dynamic player. Like he's got pull away speed, and it's top end offensive skill set that he carries with him, and I think this is a great pick overall for them.
Absolutely right about this.
Surprising, but
Like
a great
surprisingly,
pick.
now you remember we said all the time you select the best player available, right, and not to take the
Right.
position. What we talk about the left defenseman because we're talking about what they don't have, right? So sometimes I want to be sure that people understand. We try to look about the prospect area, everything like that. But as a talent there, Captain, in my opinion, after Celebrini and after Dimitrov, as a pure skill talented, is Captain. And
Oh,
no
that's
doubt in my
amazing.
mind. And again, I many times I said for me, Montreal should select a captain. I still believe he's going to be a great hockey player. So Ron Francis see that a long term for them, and he's really stabilized his top six forward. Example like Shane right now joined again with Captain and with Mathieu Bernier. And I think this is a great selection for them. And you can see the way he played Captain. This could be a player could join at some point 80, 90 point in NHL. Physicality of his game, he need to improve. He's still only 165 pounds, but again, we'll see if he's going to join that quality of the hockey player on this NHL guy. This is a top 8 right now, Mr. Top. We got at this moment.
Look at Coach
And
at this spot to have Canton available. I mean, I think it's a no brainer for them. I think that they did the right thing. I know they have to address defense because a lot of their defensemen are not. They really don't have much in terms of a first pairing defenseman, a number one or two on that team. What they do have is a whole bunch of three to six kind of defensemen, but they feel like they can return not to last year's form, but the year before, where they were extremely solid defensively. And maybe they'll be very active in the free agency as well and address some of the issues defensively from that perspective. So this you had to do. And the more I think about it, player of that skill set, you can't let him go lower than number 8.
at some point, we're going to be right, Mr. Top. The next will be a defenseman.
Let's say so. Who do we have next? It's Calgary. Well, it's not going to be a Ginla, so we're off to the right,
Now
right
the
to the
flame
right races
on the
with
pool prospect for the flame, you can see, guys, the left side is
everything.
really not great. On the center,
Yeah,
they have Zari and they have Otsek. Now Zari already played with the flame, and then they have only Coronato on that one. Play with Albert University, Chicago Steel, and the UCHL. Play also with Sean Farrell. On the defensive side, guys, that's what all they are. Not big on that one, and no doubt in my mind, guys, they have to go with the defenseman. I would be shocked they go with forward. The next forward is really called Ezerman, Elnisius.
yeah. Elenius is a possibility. As you mentioned, if Iserman rises here, do you want a goal scorer? Like, there's no better goal scorer out there than Cole Iserman. But I agree. I tend to agree that they'll go defense. And
What
now Mr. Conroy is up on the podium.
And for the people in the chat, like a king asked a question, guys. We tell that we try to stay on the type of they give you more information for everyone, what's going on, and with the stat information, graphic,
There
everything
you
like that.
go.
So please,
We got our. They went with Zane Perek. They
Zane
selected
Parek.
exactly. and that's quite the offensive-minded defenseman that they went with. Uh, he's he's uh, he's very very dynamic. Like he's a power play quarterback. He's a play driver. He's a risk taker. He's also not afraid to once in a while put in a little bit of physicality in his game. He's comparable to him would be somebody like an Eric Carlson. At least that's the projection that many have made. He has to improve, like I think, some of the defensive details of his game, but I think that'll come with time. So I'm not overly worried about that. But more importantly, like he's an offensive force that really led the OHL this year with 96 points in 66 games. He was voted the top defenseman in the CHL, and I think he's right-handed shooter as well, which is definitely an asset to have on a team. And he can play like his transition game is very very good, and I think this will help him in that regard. So a nice pick for Calgary.
Absolutely about that. Look, 33 goal and OHL. He has some kind of offensive. This is a guy can run the puck. You can see the number, guys. The shooting, the passing, the puck handling, hockey sense. He's a Eric Carlson 2.0, in my opinion. Yeah, but he's a
Yeah,
good skater, by the way. But he need to bring physicality on defensive side coverage. He's better what you think he is, but still, is not his best, honestly. But this is a great pick for them. I thought he going, for the flank, they can go on any side of the game. On the defensive side, they can go right or left. They need a defenseman. So the fact like Igena is out and other the forward, I think the Flame get the right pick, and Zen Parek is a good one about that. So that's happening for this Calgary Flame, guys. They select the 6 foot, 181 pounds, Mr. Zain Parek on that one. If you look
Zane
about
Parekh.
his stat, Mr. Top, 33 goal last year, 96 point for Parek
Yeah,
in the OHL.
in
So
six games.
well
Yeah,
done.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We haven't had that type of defenseman come through in a long time. So offensive, it's not going to be the issue. Hopefully, his defensive aspect will improve a little bit, and I think Calgary's going to be very, very pleased with Parekh.
Now, Mr. Enortap, at the 10 overall pick, and this is still live, where
Uh,
we thought it wouldn't be me straight, but look like the Devil are going to select at the 10 overall pick. Look, that team is really great on the defense. On the defense, they have Nemec and they have Casey. They have Luke Hughes. Where they are right now on the forward, on the right winger, they still have Dawson Mercer still play with the team for the last 3 years. What about Jack Hughes? We already know what Hughes bring on the table, and then of course they have Alexander Oz play a little bit a full time year this year with them. Obviously, he did not reach the potential of what the Devils expect from him. But again, yes, the team is really solid on forward with Timo Meyer, Nico Schreier, with Jasper Pratt, and just thinking about them right away. And then the defensive with Luke Hughes, as just mentioned, the veteran Dougie Hamilton, and they add now the veteran goaltender Magstrom after they got Jake Adam for the Montreal Canadiens. So the Devils can go different ways. I thought at the time point they were going to get maybe Cole Elzerman on that pick, or they're going to get a
yeah,
left defenseman to join Luke Hughes. They just lost Kevin Barr, honestly, and that would be my selection for them. I don't know what you're talking, if you're thinking.
yeah. I mean, they're going to have to look at the best player available, and I do believe it's not bad if they go with Iserman, but I don't think offense is as much a concern for them as it is defense. And I think we still have two or three beauties out there defensively that would really complement the team and solidify their defense overall. So I'm gonna say they're gonna go with a defenseman. I'm not sure which one. Probably I would say either Buyam uh, or probably even Dickinson. I know Siliev is still out there, but I like Dickinson and I like Buyam a lot. And remember where we had him projected, Buyam, a lot higher than now, which is number 10.
Yeah, we talk about Elinius too. By Yamo, just I was going to mention his name. Costel
Yeah, Hellenius is a good one.
and
Yeah.
Elias will be there over Eisenman, but we'll see what they're going to select. They are on the podium right now.
Yeah, they're getting Martin Brodeur to make the announcement.
Wow, Martin.
And they went with Anton Siliev.
Here we go. They got the
Anton
big gen
Siliev.
defenseman, guys, a 6'7". My third overall pick, Mr. Tap. I thought you're going to be number 3, but no, I'm not. Somebody didn't get that one. I'm very sad.
Oh, it's okay.
No.
Now, with Siliev, I mean, he's an absolute giant of a defender. Uh, but, despite his stature, he's extremely agile and mobile. Like, he's got a great wingspan as well. His length assists with killing penalties defensively. He projects as a sort of what would you say, like a matchup shutdown type of defenseman at the NHL level, and he's capable of moving pucks, but he won't provide much of offense for you. As we saw earlier, he only had 3 goals and 8 assists in 63 games this year. He's a left-handed defenseman, and quite intriguing, and primarily because of his defense and his size, right? Like I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's around 210 pounds. Um, he's It's not surprising that he's going here. I think that this is a good pick for them. I thought they would go defense. I like this pick too for them.
I'm sorry about that one over there. I tried to pick up everybody in the chat for that one. Now for Zeliev, guys, look, this is the biggest shutdown man on the defenseman. He's by mile the biggest one over there, 6'7", but also his range is excellent. And this is a great pick for the New Jersey Devils. But now is the offensive side of this game sometimes need to improve. You can see his number 4.5,
Yes.
4.5, 4.5. He's really a home-based defenseman, but he's a great skater for his size. If he can improve his offensive side of this game, this could be a great pickup for the New Jersey Devils. And let's conclude, guys, our top 10.
Would you,
Mr. Enortap.
Coach? Would you say he'll develop into a first pairing or a second pairing for New Jersey?
No, I think with time he's going to get that. Remember, like Slavin, example, like Jacob Slavin, like he's a shutdown more at the offensive side, right? I think that Zeliev could be that. Not the similar player, but the kind of role he'd play on the team for the New Jersey Devils. Does it make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Now, if you think about them, we have 1, 2, 3, only 4 defensemen, guys, on the top 10.
Yeah.
This is a shocking.
we were off.
We were
off. Saying 5 or 6.
5 and maybe 6. So that's proof, Mr. Enortap. Next year, don't listen, coach, at all. Wait on the night, like AT said. That would be the best way to describe on that one over there. So
you're gonna need new guests, new analysts.
Yeah, so right about this one over there. Now we have 11 overall pick. That pick was traded a couple of days ago by the Buffalo Sabres. The Sharks go to 11, maybe for targeting one specific players. Now I'm sure the Sharks did some kind of simulation about what could happen. They was expect maybe Egel or Catton to be there. They never thought Elinius could be there also, and Erzerman at number 11. And now they have also Biom, Mr. Enortap, at that one. If you look about their graphic prospect, Celebrini now in front of Will Smith and Ekstrom as a center. Winger, we still have Eklam, Altunen. Defensively, Mr. Enortap, this is what I believe they're going to go. And I think Biom, it could be a great pick for them. But don't be surprised to maybe go with Azerman. That's my two selections for the Sharks. Can you tell us a bit more?
Yeah, I think I'd be surprised a little bit if they went with Iserman. I think the fact that they have Celebrini now sort of solidifies them in some regards offensively. So I think they'll want to go with the best defenseman that's still available out there, and it's going to be between I think Bouillon and Dickinson. So I think it'll be Bouillon, to be honest with you. They'll go with him, and that'll give them a great combination in the first 11 picks of the 2024 draft.
Yeah, the people said the show will be beyond and more like Azerman. That's the thinking they go that one, and uh,
Yeah,
and I feel like
yeah.
it's a good fit with San Jose if they get Azerman on that one.
Okay, so the San Jose Sharks are proud to announce from the London Knights, Sam Dickinson.
Sam
Sam
Dickinson,
Dickinson.
Mr. Tap. It's not a bad choice
Uh,
for that one over there.
no,
Um,
no. Are you kidding?
at
I'm
number
I'm
11,
surprised that Yeah, I'm surprised that at 11 he was still available. But uh, here you have like a 6'3", 203 pound defenseman. He had 18 goals and 52 assists in 68 games. So he's got that offensive aspect to his game as well. He logged a ton of minutes at the OHL level. Skating for the London Knights. He was really deployed in all sorts of situations. He has that extra gear once he gets into open ice, as you can see in some of these highlights that coach is showing. He can transition pucks on his own, or he can join the rush if needed as an extra layer offensively. Like he shoots the puck with authority. He's proven that he can beat goalies from different ranges. He's the kind of defenseman, who has the hockey sense, the size, the skill. He can log a lot of minutes as a top pairing defenseman in the NHL. He's just an absolute gem in my eyes. I really liked what I saw uh, this year from him in different areas that he's played in, different competitions, and he seems like a very mature individual. Like he almost seems like he's ready for the NHL, this year to just step in and play. But of course, they're not going to probably take that route. It's better to develop and develop properly. So we'll see how long it takes, but I suspect maybe 1 year, and that's about it.
yeah. I still cannot believe it. How this the night turned around. We know he was going to be surprised. We know we are going to be, but to be wrong like that, Mr. Tap, I'm like,
No, we
I'm
called
more
it. We called it.
disappointed about myself at Dimitar for the Montreal Canadiens on that moment, Mr. Tap. But
Oh, we were talking about it today, Coach. That the probability was very, very high that Demidov would land there. It isn't the fact that he dropped to 5 that's surprising. It's we didn't know how Montreal would react. Would they
yeah,
react like they did last year with Michkov and overlook him because of other reasons, or maybe they knew something about his character that didn't fit well with the culture that they've established, or were they absolutely in love with him? And I think that that's exactly where they were. And they were just talking. One of the tweets I just read right now, they were talking to Hughes, and they were praying that he would fall to number 5. And even Barkov,
Bob Rob.
uh, Bob Robs, thank you, spoke very highly of Demidov.
We want to welcome Helen and also Willie. Willie, my dog Snyder is in the house tonight. Welcome everybody. At the pick number
Welcome.
12, I believe, Mr. Type, is the Flowers. And the Flowers under the general manager Dan Brière. Daniel Brière is on his second year as the selection for
Yeah.
them with the president. Jones. Now, for them, they selected last year Mishkov, 7 overall pick. They look for a home run. We know Mishkov is going to join the NHL this year. They trade Gauthier for Jimmy Trestel, and they already have Oliver Bonk, the son of a bunker playing with Montreal, Ottawa. On the left side, they still have Foster, a 6'2". The center is really not there for them. And also, they would like maybe add a left defenseman. We still have beyond Enortap on the board as a left defenseman. And I still, they have also Elnius as a center. On my prediction, I select Elnius for them at the Flyers. But
Oh,
again,
really?
if they're going to
I'd
add a
be shocked.
defenseman like Beyond.
I'd be shocked if they don't go with Biome. I'll be honest with you. I think, as you saw even in your graphics there, they really don't have much on that left side. So Biome would fit beautifully, I think. But we'll wait and see. Right now, they haven't approached the podium yet. We'll see what happens here. But I think that's an area that they want to really address, and that's defense.
You're absolutely about this one over there. And I think Briere want just add more quality prospect. There's just a buyout Cam Atkinson today, if
That's
I can
right.
recall it, the veteran of the Columbus Blue Jacket. And this is another one after the Dallas buyout Rand Sutter. The Vancouver Canucks, meanwhile, they signed 3 players return with the team, and they announced that the Habs is going to be testing the market UFA. The deal is it done? Gwenzel with Carolina?
I don't think it's a done deal yet. It hasn't been officially announced, but they may be holding out for that. But it sounds very promising that it will be consummated.
I see. So
Yeah,
we'll see what happening for that pick for the Flyers. But again, the couple of news around the league, the Request signed Joshua and they signed Myers with the team, a bludger for the Vancouver Canucks. And now, honestly, Montreal going to select 20 first round pick. They have a trade
they have a trade.
for
Let's
Marco.
see. You're on. Yeah, I see Briere's on the phone right now. Uh,
Where is Ken Hughes, Mr. Tap?
they haven't shown him yet, so I don't know who he's talking to. But they did, in all fairness, they did. I know Briere tried to move up to number 5. I think the Philadelphia was targeting Demidov, and that's why they wanted to try to move up in that spot.
Where is Ken
Uh,
Hughes, Mr. Tap? Someone is on the
he,
phone on the table somewhere. They just show Daniel Briere. Get around the NHL table, ladies. NH
what would
TV.
it take? Oh my. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see what comes out of this. But who do they have around them? I mean, at, could they be moving down? Maybe is that a
Yahoo said,
possibility?
coach, answer the phone. The call. I'm on the phone. My phone is right here beside me, Mr. Natap. I'm just waiting. Uh, Briere is
Waiting to make
just
the
hang out.
announcement.
It's just hang up, and the paperwork is on the table, Mr. NHL. Are we
Yeah.
on the phone market? Which team can come bring to the 12 offer? Mr. Natab, I expect the Winnipeg Jets.
Uh yeah, if they make a move, maybe with
Winnipeg
McGrory,
Jet,
you're
Mr.
thinking
Natab, I
the
feel
pick
that
for
one.
McGrory.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a quite a cue for Winnipeg, I think, because if I'm not mistaken, McGrory was selected first round. I think number 14 or 17. I can't remember which offhand, but they would be getting a lot more value out of this. I think at this
They
stage.
are number
But the
12.
question is, are
Philadelphia right now, I believe they are number 12 overall pick.
they're number 12? Yeah, they're at 12. Yeah, so it's a high pick that Winnipeg would be getting at this stage, but
Now,
we'll see
can
if
Detroit jumping 12? It's a team right now are targeting one specific players. On the board, we have Elenius, we have Ezerman, we still have Biome. I think they are the three next 3 players going to be select.
yeah. Well, we'll see what happens
And
here.
26 is thinking now is the Blues.
Well, the St. Louis is picking, I think, 16th,
16.
if I
They're going
recall.
to jump into
Yeah.
16 to 12, and they could get in return, they can get targeting a Beyond for the Blues, I believe, and then the Flyers can get a prospect for the Blues. Now, which kind of
Well,
prospect they can get, or or another
they are
pick?
they are showing the St. Louis table right now, so it could officially be an official trade. Here it is. Trade alert.
Trade alert.
Philadelphia trades pick number 12 to Minnesota in exchange for their first round pick, which is number 13, and Minnesota's third round pick in 2025.
Wow.
There you have
So
it.
we are round. We said the Blues now is the Minnesota.
Minnesota.
So Minnesota is targeting one specific player, Mr. Enortap, but let's see what the prospect of Minnesota, Mr. Enortap, to give us a bit more an idea what they have. Minnesota, they have a draft a couple of years ago, Marco Rossi as a center, and last year they trade, they got Stramel, over 22nd, 23rd overall pick as Stramel, and they have only Urav as a right winger. On the other side, they have the Swindon Green. And honestly, on the defenseman, very poor on the left side, and they already have Brock Faber and David Spacek, the ex Montreal Canadian son, Jarek Spacek. Now, I believe they're going to targeting a left winger on that side, Ezerman, Nigar, or Sobird. Can they jump to Sobird, Mr. Arta? It'll be a shocking for me, but
Yeah, I would be too. I would be too.
I think they
I think they're
cannot
gonna.
jumping beyond Sobert over beyond Mr. Tap. So I don't know what you're thinking about that one.
Well, defense is one thing. Again, with Buyam available, I think that that's a possibility. I mean, let's not forget that Cole Eiserman is still out there. So you want to address some scoring. He's going to be an excellent addition with the players that they have on Minnesota. That would be a great fit. You got Kaprasov on that team that would probably play extremely well with him. Um, we'll see. I predict it'll be defensively. I think they want a relatively big body than somebody that can help move the puck. And I know they have a couple good defensemen, but somebody like a Buyam would really help.
Definitely, for sure. We know Minnesota struggle with the salary cap for one more year after they buy out,
Yeah.
of course, Sutter and Parise a couple of years ago. So really interesting on that one. Michael Devino talk interesting swap on that one. That's a weird trade. Patrick Lawhite. I feel like Minnesota, Flores say, you know what? We are. If it's not Biom, it's going to be Elenius or Ezerman. So they feel good about this for the Flowers. They get an extra pick
Yeah.
and return. And the Minnesota are targeting one specific player. That's all. And I don't know. It's called Ezerman or Biom, everything like that.
So
Bill
they're proud
Guerin,
to select from
Bill
the
Guerin is look
University
like
of
he's us.
Denver. From the University of Denver, who else but Zeev Biom? Buyam.
They
Buyam.
select Biom.
Yes, yes.
That's why they're targeting players on that one. Not surprised there. Biom, I
I'm
was
not either.
expecting him to get out earlier, but it is what it is. Mr. Tap, what do you think about that, Mr. Biom?
Yeah, well, as I was saying just before this, he led all NCAA defensemen in scoring as a freshman. Like he's really every level he's been a proven winner. He won a national championship at the college level, a world junior gold for Team USA. Like he's an excellent skater. He's aggressive both offensively and defensively. Like he never backs down physically in trying to provide offense and also in taking his man defensively. Um, I think he fits in perfectly with Minnesota, right? Like it's the type of player that Minnesota always covets, and it's the way they like to play the game as well. He's smooth, he's poised. His years of maturity are beyond his age. Um, his he's got outstanding skill set, and his athleticism I would consider high end for sure. Like yeah, I think he's got a pretty good shot as well. It's not to be worried about. I think he projects to be a top pairing for Minnesota that can be deployed in all kinds of situations. So what a great pickup for Buyan or for Minnesota.
Yeah, like some people said, maybe a steal for that pick or at the 13. I agree with you about that one, and I feel like it could be a great hockey player. I thought for Biom it would be a selection for Montreal at number 5. I thought it's going to be a top 10. It was not a top 10. I was wrong again about that one with that, but still, overall, this is a great selection by the Minnesota Wild. So that's my board is a bit messed up, Mr. Tap, because my logo are one setup graphic. So let's see if I have something else here. Oh, Mr. Tap,
There you go. You did it.
Coach, he has like some trick under his belt about that one over there. I'm going to get that one. That'll be better here. Do I have flowers, Mr. Tap? Flowers. I have that one over there. The flowers right here, Mr. Tap. I'm going to move that one over there. And if I can get a little bit bigger here, that'd be great, Mr. Tap. And that'll be
And of course,
the flowers, Mr. Tap. There we go.
yeah.
Not bad, right? Oh, Mr.
Yeah,
Tap, we
beautiful,
have all the
beautiful. You
tricks
did
under
it.
the bell.
Of course, it's Hockey Nation. Of
I
course,
don't know,
we're
but
on top of things.
you know, we don't have we don't have like a ESPN 16 people work under me. I'm alone, so I had to select everything properly the right way, Mr. Tap. But yeah, we got it properly.
I'm alone.
Yeah, yes, I'm alone. Honestly, yes, I am. But still, all right.
Celine Dion. Celine Dion.
Now, Mr. Tap, we are going to be the
Yes.
Flyers. Daniel Briere is going to be the next selection for them. And the Flyers guys, we just talked about the prospect a couple of minutes ago. And we'll see what it could happen for Daniel Briere. Selection after he select Michkov. Can he shock the world? When I said that, someone outside of Azerman, in my opinion, or El Nilius, I still believe, you remember, I select El Nilius for the Flyers. But
Yeah.
can they go with Erzerman after they get Mitch Carver? The next defenseman now, the top 7 is out, I believe, and now it's going to be only Zoberg, in my opinion. Then you have Chirichek. Can the Flyers go with Adam Chirichek at 30? It'll be surprisingly a good pick, but it will be surprisingly to be at the top 15, in my opinion. What
Probably a
do you
bit high.
expect for Daniel Briere?
I'm eyeing Hellenius. I think that they might go that direction, although you still got. I keep saying it. You have Cole Iserman out there. We knew his value would probably drop a bit because there were some concerns from a defensive aspect of his game. But I mean, when you can score goals, that's an asset that is very coveted by many teams. So I think it'll be a toss up between those two guys, personally.
Yeah. I think it will be interesting. Of course, the Flyers need a center. When you look on about the prospect for the Flyers, I can go back there if you want to. At the center, they have honestly nothing. That you look about the center position on top, they don't have nobody. So for me, any
Right.
years it could be the right selection over Eiserman if you look about this. But never know what could happen. Tonight is a place that way. And thanks for all the likes we got tonight, everybody. Thanks to join us tonight on the special edition. We're going to have Marco join us a bit later during the show. And then we have a new subscriber, Mr. Zara Lennox.
Welcome, Sarah.
Welcome in the show and welcome to the Family the Hockey Nation Live show.
And now Keith Jones is heading up to the podium.
We just
Keith
did not
Jones
hit
will come in.
the half of the draft, Mr. Enortap, and still waiting on that one. Who are the Flyers going to select? And finally, are they going to step up? David Jones, the president of the team, Flyers, with, of
Right
course,
there.
Mr. Daniel Brière, are walking there.
And Gary Bettman's in there too.
Yeah,
Of
great place,
course.
great excited draft for Montreal Canadiens for everybody. Maybe pop up the last minute. Select Evan Dimitrov from KHL, and Dimitrov is going to be one more year playing the next year, and before he return, he play maybe with the Montreal Canadiens. Great selection, the fifth overall pick. The first
Oh,
pick was Silly Briné, but we'll
they're
see.
getting Michael Buffer to make the call.
Oh wow, let's.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Here we go, everybody.
Let's see.
Wow. I don't know why. Why is it born in Flowers and Philadelphia?
Well, he's a Hall of Fame announcer,
But what
sports
about the
for sports.
singer Kate Smith?
Oh no, she passed away a long time ago. That would be quite a miracle.
Yeah. But
Let's see who they go with.
do you think you're going to offer the
And
kids
now,
a Philly steak right away?
oh yeah, of course, and a visit with Sylvester Stallone probably. They're
And this
thrilled to
Sennecke
announce
who,
the next
Mr. Tap?
selection from my hometown, Philadelphia Flyers. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. Here we go. Who did they go with? So
He
Philadelphia welcomes who they welcome officially at 187 pounds, standing tall at 5'11" from the Guelph Storm. He is who else but
he's telling a story right now in the chat right now. He's on the mic. I think he will go now for the glove is
it's
Luchenko now.
yeah, Luchenko. Yeah, it is Luchenko. Actually, I was thinking about him. I sort of shied away from it because he's only 5'11", and he's about 170 pounds. So I thought they were going to go a little bit bigger. But you know what? Here's another guy whose stock has really risen over the last 6 months. He's a 17-year-old right-handed shooter. He's very smart. He's tenacious on the puck. He had 33 power play points this year in 68 games. He can play. He can actually play center, or he can play on the wing. And he finished among the top 5 and 6 of the 10 on ice categories at the CHL NHL Top Prospects game in January, and I think that's where we started to see his value rise a little bit. He placed first in things like reaction with the puck and second, I think, in transition ability with the puck. And those are areas that you won't have to worry with him. He's an explosive skater, and he will definitely help them on the power play and also the penalty kill. I think he'll be very effective because, as you can see there, his skating is probably the highest criteria that he ranks in. So they'll use him in all sorts of situations. But I think it's a good pick for them. I'm a bit surprised because I thought they were going to go a little bit bigger, but it's not a disappointing pick for them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about this. That's surprised to get Luchenko in the top 15. Honestly, for me, was more about 20, maybe
Yeah,
18, 19. Vegas, Washington could go there, but to see him at 15, I don't know why. Again, a second year back to back, the Flyers go on the home run. They got Michkov on the home run. Now they get Luchenko. Look like for me as a home, actually try to get an home run. After what Elinius is still on the board, Mr. Tap. So really interesting pick from the Daniel Brière. But again, If you look about who he is, he's physical as a center, and he is really
Yes.
energetic players on the ice. Like he really playmaking. He does a lot of playmaking on the ice. So that's what Levshunov is. It's not like a really a good scorer. Like he scored a lot of ton of goals. For me, at the 13 like this, can he become a
It's a bit of
top
a
center? If he become a
yeah.
center number 2, I would be shocked. This is where my concern for that pick for the Flowers, Mr.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's a little bit of a stretch. Like I said earlier, he used to be somewhere in the mid 20s in terms of picks, and I know he rose up to about 11, but to go 13, again, a bit of a stretch. But as you said, it's probably they're trying to hit a home run with him, and I wouldn't be surprised if hopefully it works out for them. I'm just shocked that they didn't go with maybe somebody like a Consta Hellenius or Cole Iserman at that point. I think that would have been a little bit more appropriate, but
Yeah, I'm sorry
somebody's going to
about that one,
benefit. And
Mr.
guess who's coming up? Buffalo, right?
Yep. We welcome Red, and then of course Buffalo Sabres guys. Look, they're bored. Maybe one of the biggest board full of every position, Mr. Tap. They have Benson, Peterka, and Kulich. All three perform at different level, and they are solid players. Center, Savoy, Rosen, Osland, and Wahlberg. On the right winger, they have Jack Quinn. And on the defenseman, they have now Power, Barron, Johnson, and then they have Stroback on that side for the defenseman. And for me, at that moment, I think they're going to targeting Elenius or Ezerman. I don't see anything else over the 2 pick for the Buffalo Sabres, Mr. Tap.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go. They're gonna go for with Iserman at this point. I'd be surprised if they went any at center. It'd be surprising for me. They seem to be quite equipped at that level. Oh, let's wait and see. It should be coming up very soon, but
I just want to
that
insert the RDP, and I didn't forget Dallin, guys. The reason because he's older at 22 years old. So when I talk about the prospect, you see the board, they are all under 22. They are 22 and younger. So just be sure, I cannot put because they will be all the way. But yes, Dallin is another prospect for the Buffalo Sabres for that one. Rick Bengal, Mr. Natap is in the house with the beautiful Damon
hey
Truck.
Rick.
Bengal, and where our friend Red is in the house. Also, Montreal fans waiting for the pick 21 overall pick. And
So
we'll see
Buffalo.
now. There are also a player, Mr. Natap, where the Buffalo could surprise. I'm talking about Nygard. Now, I don't say Nygard be there, but I think Buffalo could get also a Nygard. He bring another dimension on the ice compared to Elenius and Ezerman. But I think the Buffalo are going to select Elenius, but I could be wrong.
And they're getting Lindy Ruff to make the announcement right now, the new current head coach.
Lenny Ruff, welcome back at TH, by the way. Yeah, Daniel Briere looked
With the
like 12
14th
years old.
pick overall, the Buffalo Sabres would like to select from Consta Hellenius. They
So
did
we
go with
was right,
Hellenius.
Mr. Natap, right?
Yeah, between Hellenius and Cole Iserman. But I guess Cole Iserman's on the left side. They needed something. I mean, Hellenius can also play center and he can play right wing. So that's a good pick, I think. Not a reach at all. I'm surprised that Hellenius didn't go a little bit higher earlier. He had 14 goals, 22 assists in 51 games that he played in Finland's elite league, and he really benefited from the experience that he had with both the U18 and the men's national team. Like he's a play driver. He leads. The power play breakout. He pushes opponents back, with his speed through the neutral zone. He's very creative, especially in tight areas. He's hard to get the puck off of. He's hard to defend as well. He's got the ability to, slip off of checks along the boards, and he makes plays. And you can see once he's got some open ice, like you see there. Um, he's pretty much difficult to contain. I think he's got a very good shot as well, and his hockey sense is probably, I think his IQ is his best asset. Like he can think himself out of any kind of situation. He anticipates what's going to happen and when he should jump into certain plays. Doesn't he's not at all a defensive liability at all. I think he's very solid in that regard as well. So it's an excellent pick, and I'm very pleased for Buffalo to that
Yes,
they picked him.
they call him the Costa cross-checker Elinius, Mr. Enortap.
Yes,
He
yes.
dominate with a cross-check as a penalty this year, but we'll see. The Detroit Red Wings are going to select, there's going to be the top 15. Now, Detroit are really interesting pick for them, but you can see so far, guys, the board or what are the players are out on that moment. You can see the graphic over other graphic is because they have a trade at some point. So I was want sharing with you what happening here, Mr. Enortap. But what a great night so far at the
Yeah.
NHL Draft for everybody. We really enjoy it with the Hockey Nation show. Every year we bring the first round, and we try to get better every year. Obviously, I'm only a one-man show. When I said that, I need to create the graphic. I need to also have a lot of big help from Mr. Enortap when he said how he can help in you. But not only he knows what he's talking about, but also that the time he talked, he gave me a time to make all the graphic around and use my software properly. You don't see that. But when you see me
I'm a
down and
filler.
then move my hands, is this happening about that? So thanks so much, Mr. Tap, to take all your
Oh
time to be with the Hockey
no, of
Nation
course.
family.
Absolutely, my pleasure, coach. And yeah, this is for hockey. This is one of the biggest things, right? Right outside of the Stanley Cup playoffs. The draft is probably the biggest thing, and followed by the free agency that's going to come up soon. So exciting times right now, and again, can't believe we have Demidov. Like that, what an acquisition! I
You're
love it.
welcome, Mr. Tap, by the way. Detroit at the 15th overall pick. Detroit, the last couple of years, we know Iserman is on the plan, 6, 7, 8 years now? I don't know. The right winger, Lucas Raymond, they have drafted Danielson last year. The year before that, they select Casper. On the left side, there's maybe a position they are a little bit low. They have still had the big Gen 6'8" Soderblom, still struggling and to make the full time the team. On the defensive, that's what they are. Talk about the Edvinson, the brother of Zeb Biom is with the team over there. They still have Wallander. There's another big, we don't talk too much about Wallander. Finally, on the right side, they select last year Sandin Pelika. I said Pelican, but I apologize. And then, of course, they just trade a Gibson. So I should remove Gibson. But for this, is it San Jose Sharks? No.
I'm not sure
Anaheim?
where he went.
I cannot remember. Anyhow, they get they remove Wildman and Gibson. I cannot remember. Someone remember Gibson got traded somewhere. Anyhow, they targeting Mr. Tap. They still have the board. Nygard, Iserman, and Solberg. What would be the selection for the Detroit Red Wings, you believe?
Well, again, every single round I've been saying it. Cole Eiserman's still out there. I'm not sure that they'll go that direction. Earlier, there was always, for the longest time, there was a lot of talk about Branzig, Nygaard possibly going and landing in Detroit. Uh, would fit in perfectly there, I think, with the team. You also have Michael Hage that's still there, and that would be a good pick as well. I think they'll go forward at this stage. It's pretty safe to say that, but I'm gonna go with oh boy. If they're gonna reach a little bit, I think it's gonna be Hage. Although I don't consider it a reach, given what he can bring to the table. But Iserman's there. I personally think he's going to go with Cole Iserman.
Welcome, Mr. Gary Cournoyer, pop of the house tonight. Alexandre Maillard, welcome in the house. Welcome in the house, Mr. Alexandre. Longtemps we not see you around for that one. Rick believe Hazelman for the Detroit Red Wings.
And Nicholas Lindstrom will be making the presentation with their 15th pick. And they are going with, let's see who they go with.
Here we go. We wait.
We're waiting. Oh, they did go with Brandtseg Nygaard.
They did it.
So, yeah, they did it. Yeah.
99.9999999999999% Mr. Tap. It was Nygaard. So they go
Yeah,
that direction, Mr. Tap.
I would say that's about the only player in our mock draft that we all had selected going to Detroit. It came to fruition, even though Cole Eiserman was out there. But you know what? You can't say anything negative about Nygaard. He's he he's a 6'1", 207-pound player. He plays in Sweden in the second division. Some of his best hockey came at the hardest time of the year in the playoffs. He's very strong, and he's proven that he can play at a pro pace all year long. His ability really to shoot the puck either in motion or off the rush is really his biggest asset that he brings forward. He's very smart. He's skilled. He's competitive. He hates to lose. What else can I say about him? His skating I think is very good as well, and he's strong off the forecheck, and he can really produce offensive chances from between the dots, low in the offensive zone. So I think he projects to probably be a second line forward, and can improve on that, right? Even though his numbers weren't as high as maybe we would have anticipated. But I think that's because there was development in other areas of his game, and that wasn't his major focus. But a great pickup by Detroit.
Here, I think you said one word, Mr. Tap. Pay my attention. Word playoff. This is a guy
Yeah.
at the third line you want to have. Nino Niederreiter. A guy is physical. He is a great forechecker. He's a great skater, and also, Mr. Tap, he have a great shot. Put this all together, guys. This equal third line, in my opinion, playoff time. And this, for me, the reason I believe is a good pick, Mr. Tap, for the Detroit Red
Yeah,
Wings.
I would venture to say even second line coach, but you're right. I definitely see those assets on the third line as well. But
Well,
I
again,
think
what you said, I'm not saying we never play second line. What I said, like, this is a prototype, the role you want to get on the third line to play a specific role and you
oh, I
think.
see. Yeah,
Right?
yeah,
Like a
yeah,
Lister Renan example, a Lundell
exactly.
for the Flip
Yes,
Panthers this year. This is where now, when you get maybe older, he can become a second line player. But for me, I see playoff. And when I see playoff, I see a prototype of players. Anything we'll have to get on that one. Blake Coleman
yes.
example. This is the kind of player I'm talking about. So we have a couple of people pop up, Mr. Tap, at the last minute. Willie, of course, Steve G, Gary Cornoyer show up at the last couple of minutes. And we're getting at the app of the first round, Mr. Tap, at this moment. We have a storm, Mr.
And
Tap. So I pray nothing
oh boy,
happens, Mr. Tap.
no, no,
I cannot see the water.
don't do that, Coach.
I'm
You can't
about
see the water. That's bad.
300 yards for the water at the beach, and I cannot see
And you,
anything. It's like
okay,
a great cloud raining right now on in front of me.
close
So
your curtains. Close your curtains, Coach.
I
Ignore it.
need to have a generator or something like that, Mr. Tap, on that one. But now it's
And
time to send
guess
it.
who's still out there, Coach? Guess who's still out there? Hasn't been drafted yet.
I'm starting to be hungry, Mr. Tap. I didn't eat.
Oh my God.
I'm on the 3 hours sleep, Mr. Enortap. Anyhow, the
Uh,
Blues, Mr. Enortap, 16 overall pick. The Blues are a little bit rebuilding or retooling. I don't know what you can call it. The right winger, they still a great pick. Snuggerud. They have Devoski as the center, and Stenberg. I think this is a player we don't talk too much about Stenberg. And they have Neighbors and Boldzuk as the left winger. But defensemen, they don't have anybody, Mr. Tap. If you talk about Negard, in my opinion, the name pop up right away is Cherechek. I don't see the Blues miss Cherechek right there.
yeah, it's one of yeah, probably. I mean, it's one of two. I like Juracek as well, but I mean, somebody whose value has also risen has been Stian Solberg on defense from Norway. So I anticipate it'll be one of those two. But again, they'd be selecting by need there and not necessarily the best player available. That's my only concern. So we'll see what direction St. Louis goes now. But
When I was Mr.
they're
Tap,
approaching.
Vancouver, Montreal
Yeah.
Canadiens select 15 overall pick. Is it Vancouver? Yeah, he was. He was in Vancouver.
Okay.
And you know that you can see at or Chicago. I don't know actually. I cannot remember. Caulfield. I think it was Vancouver. Anyhow, everybody expect him to be a top 10 because of his size. He become 15. The
Right.
Hazelman, he was supposed to be a top 15. He is out, and because of his character. So we'll be interested what happening on
Well,
that one.
we you nailed it. We both nailed it there. It's Adam Jiricek
Here
that
we
they
go.
want.
That's what I was my expectation, Mr. Top, on that one. No surprise for everybody here. Back-to-back pick. What we knew what happening about this, Mr. Top. So give us a bit more information about Adam Chirichek.
Yeah. Now, Jiricek, he's 6'2" and about 180 pounds, so he's got very good size. He missed the entire back half of the season because of a knee injury that he suffered at the World Juniors back in December. But his best hockey arguably was played last spring at the under 18 Worlds when he was an underage prospect, and that's when he first came to a lot of people's attention. Of course, he's got some pedigree as well there. He was struggling to produce offense at the pro level before being injured. But I think he's a two-way kind of defenseman who really can distribute the puck very well. He's versatile. His IQ is very good. He's extremely competitive. He's the younger brother, of course, of David Jiricek that was selected by Columbus last year. So, like I said, the DNA is there as well. Right-handed shot again, difficult to acquire in the NHL, and I think as soon as he's fully recovered, I think the injury set him back to where we see him right now at the number. What are we at now? Number 16. But I think it's a great pickup for St. Louis, and it's one area that they had to address because they have, even though they still have, a couple of very good defensemen, that it's a bit of an aging core of defensemen that they have. So this will go a long way in addressing that need.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Chirichek, the brother of David Chirichek with the Columbus Blue Jacket, both got hurt at the draft eligibility. We hope he will get a little bit more bigger, 160, 168, right now 170. But I think Chirichek is a great addition for the Blues, where they are not really good on that position. So well done by the St. Louis Blues. And that gave us another selection. 17 guys, we go with the Washington Capitals. Capitals, when interesting what they at. They retool maybe. We'll see for them. For the Washington Capitals, Mr. Tap. For that one, for me, the Capitals, if you look about this, pretty blank about that. They draft a couple of years ago Lapierre, And last year they select Red Leonard, number 8. The year before that, at the 20 overall pick, they select Miros Nichenko. They still get Crystal late pick for them. But on the left defenseman, they don't have nobody there. On the right side, they have Chesley, a great pick for them, the young high school from Minnesota. They will have to add a left defenseman. I think they was targeting also a Chirecek, but now Sobert is still there. But
He's there. Yeah.
they like the recent player, and then Chesnichkov, it could be that one. Can they go and they get Connelly, or they said, "Oh my God, we have Cole Ezerman in front of us."
And can they go wrong in any of those picks? I mean, again, Michael Hage is still out there. Cole Eiserman is still out there. Chernyshov is there. Connolly, I think they'll shy away from right now. I sort of anticipated that his stock value would drop, although he's an extremely talented player and will benefit somebody in the later rounds. Who knows? Like 21 is coming up, but I don't think Montreal goes that direction. I think it'll be one of those three forwards that they're going to target here. Either Eiserman, probably Michael Hage. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I think I don't expect H should be there yet. Now,
You think
we're
it's
getting
early?
closer, Mr. On top of the number 21st. I believe now we have 17, 18, 19, 20. We have 4 picks that will be drafted before the Montreal Canadiens. Now, you have Eiserman, you have Connelly, you have Michael Edge, Mr. On top. 3 forward,
Yeah,
right? And they are
yeah,
really specific good players for the Montreal Canadiens. And we don't talk
yeah.
yet about Sacha Boisvert,
That's right. That's
right?
right.
And we don't talk
Now
about the
here,
Russian Chesnikov.
that's
So 5 forward, 5 pick, and we don't talk because the defenseman right there at that moment is only Sobert.
and now Perechek is off the table. They just selected Tarek Perechek with their 17th pick from Prince
Wow!
George
The kid is
Cougars.
still not believe it. But and myself too. This is a great news for the Montreal Canadiens, guys. The fans getting ready because we're going to get
They're getting
something
ready.
bigger than what we expect, Mr. Enortap, at the 21st overall pick. And again, this select, of course, this player for the Washington Capitals, Mr. Enortap. Here we go. And we're going to move
Like,
him. The next the couple here, Mr. Enortap. Let me move here. And then we have
yeah.
Mr. Tarek.
And I mean, to me, he's probably one of the most intriguing players. Like his offensive stats really stand out, but the way he goes about his business is sometimes a bit unique. Like he's not the one of the greatest skaters. As you can see, it's only ranked a 4 there, so that's an area that he needs to improve in, especially in open ice. But he does see the ice very well, and he makes good plays. Like he complements faster line mates, like with his approach that he has, and his hockey sense, which ranks a decent 6 out of 9 there. Um, he makes things happen, and he makes players around him better. So, like his hockey sense is, I think, the best attribute that he has, and it was the reason he was able to lead the WHL rookies with over 105 points in only 68 games, despite not having a huge stature to him. Right? I don't know if he's 5'11" or 6 foot. He's probably 5'11", as you can see there on the graphic. He's about 180 pounds. He's he's uh, he's got a long way to go, but I think it's the kind of player that could become a blue chip prospect, and contribute on things like the power play and the penalty killing. So I think we're looking at a middle 6 kind of player that's better than you know his offense will definitely contribute, but he's got to really work on his skating. This is the biggest
Yeah, I'm sorry about this
liability.
one. Yeah, I'm sorry about this. Chicago Blackhawks, Mr. Enortap, this is the dream draft pick. They
Why
trade
is that?
20 to go to 18.
Oh, I see. I see.
Then
And
they was not sure to get Dimitrov or Levshunov. And they
right,
took Levshunov. But no doubt in my mind, Davidson and any other people for the French Chicago, we said, we'll go to select number 18. We have Cole Ezerman, Mr. Tap on the board with Connor Bedard. And now you have Levshunov. Wow, this is getting
I
crazy in Chicago. If I was Nick Bear, number 97, it was in the chat. He will flip a dancing right here and with us tonight. But obviously, he's not here.
I'd
But
be I'd be shocked if they didn't go Cole Iserman. I'd be very shocked,
that's what we
especially
got,
when you have
Mr.
a
Natap.
Connor Bedard. You have a Connor Bedard that will set him up all day long. This is the direction they have to go. They've earlier in the draft they addressed their right side of the defense. They've got a couple of nice prospects even on the left side. Yes, they still are in need of many good players, but to have a combination like a Bedard and an Iserman, to me would really solidify their drafting for today with Iserman and Levshunov.
I predict, Mr. Insane move today, Mr. Natap. I predict Eiserman out of the top 15.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
And then,
You're right.
if I recall it, Proman select Eiserman 19 overall pick. So uh, they cannot go
And
all. Yeah,
we warned people about Iserman, right? And
exactly.
again, it's not a knock against him because I truly believe he's the best scorer in this draft, absolutely without any hesitation. But there were aspects of his game that were worrisome, and also even a little bit his character was in question in some points. We saw the Canada U.S. game, the finals, and we saw a different Cole Iserman there, and I think that may have scared some teams off. And here we are at what are we at now? Number
18.
18 now. Yeah, and he's dropped that far.
Now, Ken Hughes is sent up right now between St. Louis and the
So here
scout.
we go.
Can,
Chicago Blackhawks are proud to select. Oh, it's not Cole Iserman. It's Sasha Boisvert.
oh
Oh
my God!
my goodness.
Oh, the Montreal get
Oh my
a
God.
jab for the Chicago Blackhawks on that one, Mr. Tap. Sasha Boisvert get out. Earlier, what the expectation for the people for the Montreal Canadiens was expect to get Boisvert, and they are going to select the kid from the USHL.
Yes, and a great kid. Like he had 36 goals and 32 assists in 61 games. Uh, Offensively, very talented, tall, lean kind of kid. His ability to make plays in small areas and slip off of checks in the process are uncanny. Like he's a good goal scorer, probably more than a distributor. So excuse me. We were saying before about needing a scorer. I mean, the best goal scorer out there was Iserman, but Boisvert will not disappoint in that regard. And he's more of a consistent threat off the rush as well. Um, you can see there the skating is a little bit something that he has to work on. He doesn't have that separation speed that he needs, or to compete, like going for a loose puck and beating somebody to that. So that'll be a bit of a problem. But I think that's partly because of his size at 6'2" and about 180 pounds. He was a Quebecois that was expected probably to land in Montreal's lap, but he's not. It's not going to happen. He's going with Chicago. and with Chicago. So it's interesting how things have developed here today.
It's getting better, Mr. Enortap. What I thought was going to happen for the Montreal Canadiens. We still have Michael Edge. We still have Trevor Connelly. We still have Chesnishov at Mr. Enortap. And we still have Cole Ezerman and can add Liam Graintree, Mr. Enortap.
Oh my goodness! Yes, you're right, Coach. We're gonna get another deuce.
Wow! Sure. Mr. Enortap, if you want to take a break,
Yes.
it's time to go. No, honestly, Mr. Enortap, you want to go restroom? We take a 2-minute break. You can go now.
You
We
take
have
a break.
half of that. Montreal's coming very soon. Baco's coming very soon too. You can go, no
Yes.
problem, because I'm going to do it after you. So the line is
No,
open now.
go, Coach.
You
If you
can
want to
go there.
go,
I'm going to go when you're going to
take a
get
break.
the next one, Mr. Enortap. But
I'll stay aboard because this is getting even more exciting now, especially with Yzerman still in there, and of course, you never know. Cole Hudson is out there as well. You know, I know it might be a bit premature at 21, but maybe not. Who knows?
next pick, Mr.
That's
Enortap, the
another.
Vegas Golden Knight. This is an organization
Yes.
they don't build by that way, so they would say that we can trade it. Who want it? But listen, they have honestly Sapovaliv picked last season at 6'3", and then they have Brisson on the son of Pat Brisson. And after that, guys, it's really light for the Vegas Golden Knight. The defensively, guys, it's not big. I gave a 3-star a Karki, and I could give only 2-star. Honestly, they need everything. And the three names Mr. Enortap, I talked right there: Chesnishov, Edge, or Connelly. Are the players that I think they won't targeting for, and then you have Cole Ezerman, Mr. Enortap, for them. So that's what we
Yes.
got.
Don't forget about Cole Yzerman, Coach. We keep saying this. I mean, we were joking around in our mock in terms of where would Trevor Connolly land, and we said, imagine if he lands in Vegas. I don't know how far that'll go in terms of helping him in his recuperation from certain situations that he was earlier engaged in. But you know what? He's definitely a talent if you can get Connolly at that point. Michael Hage is another one that's still out there and would benefit them defensively because they still need some help there. I would say Solberg is still available. That might be a good direction if they're going to go defensively. But I think they'll go forward. I don't necessarily see him going with what other defenseman is there? Cole Hudson at this stage. I don't see that. My guess would probably be I'll go with Michael Hage.
Not a bad choice about age for that one, for sure. I think you need to thinking about something. They like size and they like physicality.
Yes.
That's who they are. Vegas compare. So Edge fit well with 6'2", right? On that
Yes.
one over there. But do not discount Liam Graintree, Mr. Enortap, on that one.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
It's a
Green Tree
big
is still
body
out there.
winger. I think it's a full surprise, Mr. Enortap. So I take Graintree on that one. We'll see what happening there. But look, it's getting better and better, Mr. Enortap. I'm
we expect
shaking,
this?
Mr. Enortap. I'm getting more excited like I've never been for the Montreal Canadiens at 21st
Oh my
overall pick.
goodness!
So we'll
And
see.
here we
happening.
go. Kelly McCrimmon is ready to make the announcement for Vegas. And with their 19th selection of the 2024 draft, they're proud to go with, from 3 cities of the USHL, it's Trevor Connolly.
Here we go.
So we called that one a long time ago as well.
Yeah,
It's a bit ironic. I don't want to laugh because, like I said earlier, he's a great talent. It's just ironic given the reason why he dropped, that he would land in Sin City itself. But great pick. He had 31 goals, 47 assists in 52 games that he played. He joined the U.S. At the under 18s. He actually played very well until we saw, those activities at the very end of the game or in that third period that, took the momentum away from Team USA, and Canada just took over at that point because of the penalties that he got. He's a combination of being a good play driver. He can distribute the puck. Look at some of those grades. We haven't seen that since probably the top 12 or 13. Like, his skating is unbelievable. He can handle the puck very well. He can think the game through very well. He's a good shooter, a good passer. He does have to work on. He has some work to do on his defensive side a little bit, but it's. I think it's a guy that brings just his speed, his skill, his vision, and his compete level. I think that those things are going to be a great asset, especially in Vegas with the kind of team that they have.
You're absolutely about that. Marco is going to join us the next couple of minutes.
All right.
Look, Connelly is really solid. It's a really a big one for Connelly, honestly. I think he's going to be a great pick overall for of course, Vegas Golden Knight. That open up Montreal Canadian at one pick, Mr.
No.
One pick.
Well, we still got the Islanders. Yeah. We still have the Islanders, right?
And we'll see what happens.
What do the Islanders need the most, Coach? Hey, Marco.
Hey.
Are we happy with Demidov? Are we happy?
Woo! 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 Guys.
Marco, Marco, I just want to let you know, because my graphic is under the location. So sometimes you're going to disappear when I do the prospect back and forth.
It's okay. It's going to give me time to cry off. I'll be drinking. It'll give me more time to cry off camera because I'm still super emotional from watching Céline freaking Dion. My heart will go on. All that stuff. Oh my God, guys! What a dramatic moment for Montreal.
And we're not done yet, Mr. Marco.
We're not done.
21st overall.
Did you ever think, Marco, that Yzerman might be a possibility at 21?
No, I'm not. I'm refusing to let myself believe that. And based on the fact that Montreal met with him several times, including again now that they've been back in Vegas, you figure that they've gotten a lot of insights on him. So, guys, if you'll remember, though, who did I have? Actually, I had the Islanders picking Conley. So I'm one off on that. So what did I say, though, about Lou Lamoriello? Yeah, that's insane, by the way, that Conley is going to Vegas. Michael DeFlano is probably falling over laughing now. But, guys, like, can you really see Lamoriello skipping over Yzerman? Like, they are just like dying for talent.
Well, Marco, what's their biggest need? It's scoring. Like, if they pass over this.
No, I'm going to add a question for both of you on that one right away. Yzerman, is it a good fit under Lou Lamoriello?
He doesn't have sideburns. He doesn't have a mustache.
Not yet. But wait till he can grow one.
The character Yzerman fit with Islanders?
I think so. Like, listen, he's a young kid. Listen, like, they have taken a player like Wallstrom before. So they might feel a little bit hesitant taking somebody with a similar profile that scouts are a little bit nervous about, somebody that's a shoot first guy that doesn't necessarily complete offensive plays with his teammates, right? Like, so, they've already drafted a shoot first guy that didn't work out in the NHL and Oliver Wallstrom, right? So if there's one team that might be a little bit hesitant to do that, maybe. But I don't know. Like, guys, we don't have that much longer to wait. Ultimately, though, they have Michael Hage right there. and they've got Yzerman right there. To
Yeah.
me,
right.
between those two guys, Michael, like, do you go for a center here, guys? Like, how do you pass over a center?
Let's see the graphic of the prospect of the New York Islanders, if you don't mind, everybody. And the Islanders are right here. And look what they have. They have no right winger. They have no right defenseman. And they have Lindstrom only. Nelson, this is really low on the forward. I expect them to select a forward, honestly. And like you said, Michael and Enortap, we talk about Michael Edge or Cole Ezerman. So, Mr. Enortap and Marco, your final guess pick.
I think it's I find it hard. I find it hard to believe that they won't go with Yzerman, but we'll see.
Here we go.
Mark.
Here we go. Lamoriello's about to announce here, guys.
Yeah, they did. Cole Yzerman.
Here we go. Cole Yzerman out of the board, only in front of Montreal Canadiens.
Oh, jeez, guys.
Not surprising for a team that really needed the scoring, and it's, to me, it's shocking that he's fallen this far down. I anticipated some of it, Marco, but this guy's the pure scorer and shooter, and he's. We've said it many times. He's arguably, the best shooter in this entire draft. I think, I mean, look at that shooting. He ranks 8 out of 9. There's some areas of his game that need to improve, without a doubt. But then most of these kids, there's an area that has to improve, unless you're that elite franchise type of player. And even then, you're not complete. But all sorts of records. Like he's really a guy that once he scores in bunches, and he's not afraid. He's not afraid to get into some tough areas as well. So I think it's a good pick for the Islanders.
Yeah, good pick for the Islanders. Listen, I've already moved on emotionally from him as a Hab. There's about 5 minutes where we thought maybe it was a possibility, so I didn't have a chance to get attached to the idea too much, so that's good. Would there really be room for Yzerman in Montreal? You've already got Slafkovsky, and now you've got Demidov, left-hand shots. Where does he really fit into your top 6? To me, guys, like, hard to overlook Hage at this point. Like, 6'1" center, that I think was probably down the list, like fell down a little bit this year because of some personal issues. Very hard to imagine Montreal not jumping over a guy like this. But again, we've seen a lot of surprises so far. Coach, I think we can move on from Yzerman. Like, geez, that's so 5 minutes ago.
Forget it. It's done.
I think at the end of the day, if they really want Cole Yzerman, they would set up a better pick to go lower. They never thought, I believe, if you look about who they all can use, they will see Cole Yzerman at 21st. So you know what? We're going to move there to pick this guy. I think they have other. I think for me, they was targeting Sacha Boisvert. For me, this is what I was. That's what I was.
That's
targeting.
Very possible.
So from there, you have now Michael Edge, you have Liam Grantree, you have, for me, Emil Eman, and then you have Zoberd. Any other forward I forget you think they could be at that pick? Cold Baudouin.
Chernyshov.
Yeah, Chernyshov, Igor Chernyshov.
So this was my pick at 26 on my video this morning. He was Igor Chernyshov. So
yeah.
And again, it's another big body that can play on the right side. I think that makes a lot of sense. But did we mention Greentree as well? That might not be out of the question.
Yeah. Like, I think, you've got Suzuki, you've got Kirby Dach, you've got Owen Beck there. But how can you pass up a center that has potential top 6 ability here? Like, I know you like the size and for Green Tree, but he doesn't play like a big guy, to be honest. So kind of like good hands, really nice shot, decent skater and all that, but kind of disappears at times. I'm not sure if that's really in the kind of
But
like
Marco and Enortap, 1 year ago, Michael Edge, he was a top 10 NHL draft pick, right?
Exactly.
Michael Edge lost his dad, if I can record it properly.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
He got affected. Yeah. He missed after that almost a year playing USHL. He came back and he had a really good year, and now he played with Chicago still. To get Michael Edge at that pick, at 21st, guys, this is for me as a great steal for the Montreal Canadiens. In my opinion, I know I took Sennecke this morning, right? But I never thought Michael Edge would be there. I think the last couple of 2 days, Marco is mentioned to us a lot of time. He should be around 15 to 18, Michael Edge. So for me, this is going to be a good pick for the Montreal Canadiens. And I think that's going to be interesting what Kenny is going to do.
Yeah, no way that Montreal's moving this pick right now with the caliber. We're, thinking that we'd be disappointed if Montreal didn't move this pick to get immediate help. But with what's on the board here, guys, no complaints at all. Montreal using this pick at 21, unless they choose a player that they really disagree with, which is not impossible. There's still Solberg. Like a couple people mentioned him for sure. Solberg is still there. Could you pass up a guy like that as well? I'm looking at who else could be here, guys. Like, Cole Baudouin. Like, I would just be surprised. Like, to me, we've got a guy like
the problem, Marco, with Cole Baudouin, we either already have Kapanen and Beck as
and they picked Michael Hage. Michael Hage with the 21st.
Michael Hage! Here we go, Marco Enortap. We did it again.
Yes, amazing.
Oh my God, guys!
I think Marco's already spoken so much about him. There's not much to add. He plays with a physical edge. He's impressive in terms of the way he handles the puck. He's a great puck handler. He's a two-way player, and he's got a lot of creativity to his game. Right, his hockey IQ is very high. I think it's a great pick. As Coach was saying earlier, there were circumstances around. He's got a bit of a story behind him, and he's had to overcome a lot of obstacles already in his life. And I think those are things that, as much as it's tough, it makes you tougher as well. So I'm delighted that he's going to Montreal.
Guys, I cannot believe that the draft went this way. I have some comments that I'll go through, but if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to go on mute here, and I just want to listen to the interview because I think it's going to be really emotional for him. So why don't I'm just going to go on mute, Coach, and I'll report to you what I hear in the interview. So I'll just go on mute, and I'll be back in a couple minutes once he's done with his interview. Okay.
Yeah, and again, he had just to add to it, 33 goals and 42 assists in 54 games with the Chicago Steel, the USHL. I believe, Coach, he's committed to Michigan, is he not, for next year, University of Michigan?
I'm not sure about that one. Which one he's going to get? Let me check about that one.
Yeah, I think he is. So, I mean, it's not something that is going to come into our plan immediately, but he's a player that will be there. And his mother's just ecstatic right now. But what a great player! I'm so happy for him that he's coming to Montreal.
Yep, like I said, Michigan.
It's Michigan, yeah.
Yep.
So that the development, it's one of the best programs in North America. They're going to develop him properly, and this guy is going to be a great asset for Montreal. He missed some time because of that shoulder injury that he sustained. I think it was in training camp, if I'm not mistaken. And He's the type of player that can also take over a game at certain points. We talk very highly about Owen Beck and some of the things he brings to the table. I think Cage probably even surpasses that and can add the offensive flair that maybe Owen Beck doesn't as much.
Enortap, he had 75 points at UCHL.
Yeah, 75
And
points in
54
54
games,
games.
33 goals.
Yeah.
He had 4 points, 2 games with 2 goals, 2 assists. Like I said to you guys, Edge in the past, like 1 year ago, he was considered to be a top 10 in NHL draft. For me, a 21st overall pick to get that kind of plus is a
It's
great,
amazing.
great for the Montreal Canadiens. Now, we don't get a Sidney Crosby here. But I think if you think about
No.
what we already have, that will increasing the top 9 forward, for my opinion. A couple of years ago, Joshua Roy. A lot of people was expecting this is a prototype of a similar situation with Joshua Roy. Draft 100 for 50 for Montreal Canadiens for round, if I can recall it. And look what he's looking for. Michael Edge had those kind of high ceiling and could reach an NHL. By the end of the day, at that pick, 21st overall pick, this is a great selection for the Montreal Canadiens.
I think it's fantastic. Fantastic. I think he's going to bring a lot to the team. People will be surprised. Like I'm reading even in the chat, some people haven't seen too many videos of his play, but Coach was showing some of them earlier. He's very, very talented. And as we mentioned, his scoring is second only to a couple of other better drafts that were done earlier. But I consider this beast mode when you put him together with Demidov. Man, I like it so much.
Look, when they moved from 26 to 21st, they had at least a couple of targeting players. I think Sasha Bovary was another one that was targeting there. I think for 21st overall pick to get that kind of players is a great selection for the Montreal Canadiens. And
okay, guys, I'm
with
back.
Demidov, and you get also the Edge. I think there's a great first round overall for the Montreal Canadiens.
Okay, guys. So let me tell you a little bit about the interview that he just did with Sportsnet after he came to the stage. So first of all, he very emotional. You can see that he had been crying. His family super, super emotional. As we know, he lost his dad. And then after that, lucky enough, guess what, guys? His dad, who passed away, and his whole family, they grew up as Habs fans. Huge Habs fans.
Oh,
they have
really?
pictures of the family wearing Habs stuff. He was a Habs fan growing up. He got very emotional because he said that his dad would be so happy today after being drafted as a Montreal Canadian. And then
Wow.
Jeff Merrick asked, very emotional. You get a guy who is very, very committed and excited to be a Montreal Canadian. So great fit there. And then when Jeff Merrick asked him what he thinks that he needs to do to reach the NHL, he basically said, work hard. I just need to continue to work hard. This is really the beginning of the journey. This is, an amazing opportunity for me. And I'm going to work very hard to be the most impactful player I can for the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah. And Marco, like I said earlier, sometimes as much as you dread experiences like this in life, they make you that much stronger in the end. And this guy has had to overcome a lot to get to where he's at, and I'm ecstatic that he's with Montreal.
Here comes Nashville, guys. I don't really care anymore. I'm still basking.
Oh, there's still a draft.
All right, let's go back to the board here. The Nashville Predators with a new general manager, Barry Trotz, last season. The Preds are a little bit need everything. At the end of the day, you can see the forward is not amazing. The center is good, but not great. And then I think they would love to get Michael Hedge, to be honest with you. The defense, guys, is not there. So they can go every position they need. And after, you want to add something before we go to the board.
Well, they made their selection, so I'm going to address that. They've selected Igor Surin, 6'1", 176 pounds. Yeah, very good pick from the KHL. Or is he with the MHL? I'm not sure, just offhand. But
he was in the NHL. He was in the NHL.
Yeah. He's a centerman. I think he's going to. He's always a guy that's in motion. Like he never stands still. Like he brings I think a good mix of speed and skill and determination to the table. Like he doesn't. He produces offensively, and he's difficult to play against because he's so elusive with his skating. Great work ethic. Like I said before, a very good skater. His compete levels right up there. He was, I think, somewhere in the top 3 in scoring in the Russian Junior League when he played. I think it's a great pick. Great pick.
He had a really good playoff as well too. I think Grant McCagg calls him Sam Benetov because he's kind of like a Russian Sam Bennett kind of player. So kind of crusty, kind of edgy player that plays really hard, but also still has a really good motor and has a nice offensive upside. And looking at him like guys, do you ever find it weird that Barry Trotz has no neck? He has like no neck.
He's a bulldog,
yeah. He has no neck at all. But Igor Surin definitely has a strong neck and a strong core as a hockey player. Like if you look at the way he's built, like he's not a super tall guy. Like he's just right at 6 feet, and that maybe there's some question as to whether he's actually 6 foot. Yeah. Well, I don't know. 6'1".
They say 6'1", but you're right. Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah. So, but he's got really good hockey strength, and like I said, this is a really nice player. I think he's going to be a good playoff player. Fits very much in that Nashville Predator mold. I think I had mocked Boisvert to Nashville, so it's the same kind of player, right? Like hard nosed, good skill. So I can see him wearing that.
We're going to go to pick number 23, if you don't mind. And the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to be on the deck for the Leaf this time. And the Leafs are going to have a prospect. Here we go. Islanders, the Leafs are right here. Now, what they have, a left winger, Robinson, Cohen, a draft last year, 31 overall pick, I believe. Irvonen, been there, but never been full expectation. Mendel was play a couple of games at the beginning of the season before returning. And then on the right side, not much over there. The right defenseman, nobody there. On the left defenseman, guys, nobody there. Honestly, you pick will be my pick, or you pick will be what you want to get. What do you think Enortap they're going to do? The Toronto Maple Leafs, what we got right now on the board.
Well, here's the predicament that they find themselves in. Obviously, they need to build on their defense. But at this stage, and right now, Trey Living is working the phone, so we don't know if they're going to stay at this spot or maybe possibly move. But
if I'm Living, it's an opportunity to move here for sure, guys.
Yeah, because I know there's still some very good forwards like in Chernichov and Greentree, and Basha's probably a little bit later, but I don't think they go that direction. I mean, could they go with Solberg? That might be a possibility at defense. They've always had a good affiliation there. I don't think they go Cole Hudson.
Emery could be a good pick for them too.
Yeah,
Emery,
if I'm Toronto, you have the opportunity to trade down, and I think you can get Emery a bit later. We can get Enortap's favorite right-handed defenseman a little bit later as well too. To me, I think Toronto here they go either. Yeah, you go Charlie or Emery. There's also Bedunka as well. That's there. He was essentially like a top 25 right-handed defenseman. So do they think they can drop down a little bit here? Maybe get another asset. But I think they're going.
There is breaking news with pick number 23. Let's see what happens.
Toronto trade their pick.
Yeah,
it looks that way.
Toronto trades pick number 23 in the draft to Anaheim for exchange of picks 31 and 58.
Good pick
Wow,
for
and
Toronto.
So
Army jumping there.
exactly what you were saying, Marco. Exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, that's a smart move. They don't have a second round pick this year, so that makes a lot of
Right.
sense for the Leafs.
Yeah.
I'm
So if
going
you're
to go.
Anaheim,
You can
so
talk
if
when
you're
I'm going to use the board now.
yeah. So if you're Anaheim
Yeah.
now, so you got your you got who you wanted in that
Sennecke,
spot.
They got
You got
Sennecke.
yeah. So now I think you're
And
going. Maybe they're competing against Toronto for a right hand D. Maybe they go Emery here. Maybe Badum goes.
Bird could be a good pick for them now.
Yeah, but
no,
they
I
need a
think
right hand.
I think they go Charlie Ellick. I'll be honest with you.
I think they like.
Sorry, who?
I think they'd like Emery over Charlie Ellick.
You think so? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is
Okay.
smart for Toronto guys. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Tree living, they've spent so many assets, at trade deadlines and everything. So they need to bring a lot of entry level contracts into the fold over the next several years. So these picks are crucial for them to continue to work around the edges with a very expensive core of Matthews, and we'll see what happens with Marner. But they need those players to come in and play cheap minutes for them. So smart move. How did you guys love that reaction for Sennecke? By the way, can you think of a player that ever looked more surprised to? Yeah, exactly.
He was like shocking, like everybody else. He wasn't
Yeah,
expecting
Yeah.
him there. I was
yeah.
not seeing him there, but and Pat Verbeek now. Pat Verbeek guys select Sennecke number 3. What kind of player there? They targeting someone right now. Definitely,
Right
they
Yeah,
hand.
targeting someone.
they're up
Right
at the
hand.
podium right now.
Yeah.
They love
They're making
size.
their selection.
They love size. Leon Grain 3.
Well, it's
Cherny
possible.
Emery
Uh,
on my 3 pick.
I think it's between Chernichov and and possibly either Emery or even Charlie Ellick. One of the three. Let's see who they go
Yeah.
with.
He doesn't love Russian guys, to be honest, though, man. He's not a big
Yeah.
Russian guy. Guys, I think I'm a little bit drunk. Sorry.
Oh, they went with Solberg.
There we go.
Solberg.
The bird.
Yeah.
There we go. I just mentioned him a couple of minutes ago about his size, everything like that. He wants physicality. That's a good plus on that one. I thought he was going to be earlier in the NHL draft. So, Mr. Enortap.
Yeah, again, I mean, he's not going to give you a lot offensively. That's not really his game. He is 6'1", 200 pounds, and he's been a constant riser in the rankings in the last, I'd say, couple months. He's a two-way defenseman. He's really got. He's a reliable player. He's got great hockey sense. I think his offensive. There is an offensive upside with him. It's just something that we'll have to develop with time. But he's a solid skater. He wins a lot of battles in the corners. He's very strong physically that way. He sees the ice well, and he distributes the puck very responsibly. He's never going to make that pass up the middle that's going to possibly be intercepted. Like he's very responsible that way. And I think we're just starting to see sort of we're scratching the surface with what his upside could be. A lot of poise for a young guy. I thought he was a standout at the 2024 World Championship, where he had, I think, about 4 or 5 points in the games that he played. But more importantly, he chewed up over 22 minutes on average per game that he played in all 7 games. So it's a solid pickup. I can understand why they they probably targeted him and wanted to get him at this point.
Guys, breaking news
Yes.
from Renaud Lavoie. It looks like the Avalanche are trading their pick, something to do with Utah as well. So it looks like the next pick. Yeah, looks like there's some movement on that pick. So lots of movement in this draft compared to last year, guys, which is fun. Yeah. We love it.
We love moves. Yeah, last year was kind of dead.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it looks like Colorado's doing something here.
Wow. Sometime so they want to add another at 23rd, 24.
Okay, here comes the announcement.
Yeah.
Colorado trades pick number 24 in this year's draft to Utah for picks number 38 and 71.
Yeah, so obviously the Avalanche.
Wait. And the New York Rangers, second pick in 2025, which was previously acquired by Utah. So which one was that? I don't recall that.
I don't have the TV on for me, so I don't know. Tell you what they have, what they don't have.
Yeah, so this is very similar to what we were just talking about with the Leafs guys. This is the Avalanche, obviously wanting to build some assets here. Also, a team that has traded a lot of picks over the last couple of years. So, I think what this says is, we're at that stage of the draft where teams have their lists and they're confident that the guy that they wanted is either off the board, and they're going to get good value if they can move down and they can pick up more assets. So very interesting. We're starting to see some different dynamics in the draft here, guys.
Yeah, there are teams that are trying to build up, right? It's that first phase that you always talk about, Marco.
Yeah, exactly. So looking ahead here, so after that we've got I'm trying to see other teams that might kind of view it the same way. You've got Boston coming up, you've got Carolina coming up, you've got the Rangers. Well, I don't know if LA, they've already moved down, right? And
that was Montreal's pick, right?
Yeah, but maybe you have teams like Carolina and the Rangers that also look at, what, guys, like let's see if we can get some more assets and we can move down, unless there's a player that they really, really want.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the Utah logo, so I'm trying to get that one. No choice. I cannot move. I cannot get the other logo, so I'm going to use that one, unfortunately.
By the way, guys, did it look weird to you? Did it look weird to see Iginla in a Utah jersey?
A little bit.
I love that we got Demidov, but man, he would have looked good in a Habs jersey too. I'm not going to lie.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, the way we were talking before, like they had, especially the way it went, like we didn't expect Sennecke to go as high as 3.
Yeah. I had Sennecke at number 4 in our 2.0 mock draft, but I had him to Columbus instead of Anaheim. So in my mock 2.0, but not Anaheim. But yeah, like it's one of those years, man. Like while we're waiting here for this trade to go through, can we talk a little bit? This here is a little bit of a redemption story for the Montreal Canadiens here, guys. Okay, so how much criticism did? Well, Demidov for sure, but let's give Reinbacher a little bit of love here too, because everybody last year was criticizing Kent Hughes for picking Reinbacher at number 5. Look at the defensemen that went this year in the top defenseman guys. You had Yakimchuk, and you had Levshunov, and you have Perek, right? All right-handed defensemen. So it's not just the Montreal Canadiens that value right-handed defensemen. So for those so for those who were very, very critical of the Habs management team over the last while, there's your answer. I think if you rewind a year here, and like if you could say, okay, you've got a potential top pairing right-hand defenseman and potential 90-point Russian skilled forward in the next 2 drafts, good to go.
Not surprising. Cole Bedard, Baudouin.
Baudouin.
Did I
Baudouin for
pronounce it?
the Utah
Did I
team.
butcher it? Yes.
Okay.
I butchered the name.
He was right there.
Baudouin is a very hard for anglophones. So
Baudouin.
to Utah, is a team that obviously after picking Iginla, imagine the work ethic that's going to be on this team, guys. Iginla is like a tireless worker. They got a player like Cooley. They've got Keller, players like that. A lot of skilled guys. But these two picks that they've done in the first round here, you're adding gritty gamer playoff type players like Cole Baudouin, big center. I think probably his ceiling is probably a third line center, but like a gamer, right? Really nice pick for Utah here. They're really rounding up some quality assets to build around what they have. And let's not forget, guys, like Utah is going to be a massive player in free agency and trades here. They have so much cap space. I wouldn't be surprised if they are one of the more active teams in the offseason here. So I really like this move for Utah.
Yeah, just look at the criteria there for physicality. Like he's at a 7.5. Like he's really he's a big forward who mixes power and finesse, and that's kind of rare sometimes. His greatest area of scrutiny, I think, is his skating. He kind of, that's an area that I think he'll have to improve in. But as Marco said, right now they're not looking for that. They're looking for guys that have great compete level, and that he does have. People that will be engaged physically, will not give up on pucks or battles. He's got a heavy shot as well. So if he can improve on his skating a little bit and probably his stick handling, I think maybe he's the kind of guy that in front of the net will be very effective. Given the size. So it's a good match to have for this kind of team. I don't think anybody's going to outcompete him. Like, that's the kind of guy he is.
Well, I think he's the kind of player you're going to add at the playoff time. This is a guy, the player you can have in the bottom six.
Good point.
A great forechecker, and if he can, if he's have a problem with his hands. When you look about his clips, he need to improve more his hands. So when I say the hands, is a little bit sick and lean, and also his skating overall. But is the best guy in shape on that draft. His strength he's strong. He go to gym like he is a is always at the gym. Is a gym rat. And he was the qualifier that won at the combine. Great selection. It was my pick of Baudouin by Colorado Avalanche. I thought he was a good fit for Colorado. But this is a great additional player for Utah because they don't have those kind of players around. So this is a great matchup for them. So great pick overall for the Utah. Number 25th guy is going to be Boston Bruins. Boston Bruins got that pick from the trade with Ottawa Senators for Linus Ullmark during the week. Yeah. And there's going to be a pick where Boston can go everywhere, but they love defensemen. And now on the forward is getting dropped a little bit. Now you still have Emil Amen could be the Boston Bruins. I think for me, Bashel could be a good fit for the Boston Bruins also. How they can go with the big size, they thought no. They could go that direction. On the defensemen, I think Illich and Emery are the next one for the defensemen. I think if I don't maybe I forgot someone. But this is how the play right now where they at the next 8 picks of the NHL draft. And we'll see, some of them could be out. Badinki, it could be another one. Is it Badinki?
Badunka.
Here we go. That's another one there. Could be Ricci. Could be a good fit for the Boston Bruins, I believe.
Ricci, yeah, that would be a good one too. That would probably be my.
I think it would be a good one there.
My prediction.
Boston goes center here, guys.
The problem.
Center.
See, I think that Boston right now. I don't know how patient they would be with Letourneau, because he's at least, I would say about 3 years away. So that's the only thing that I would steer away from if I were them, but we'll see. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, there's also Sam O'Reilly from London that was in Bob McKenzie's top 32, I believe. That's a center, so that's an option as well too.
Do you think Greentree could go here?
Maybe. Like, I just think guys, like, until centers and defensemen are still premium, right? So if you have somebody like Sam Riley or Letourneau that are kind of the same size, if there's not a huge gap in skill, I think teams will always go for the center, right? So again, we don't know, like, we'll see kind of how they evaluate those players. I think Greentree's still going to go in the first round here, guys, for sure. But I'm just looking at Boston.
Yeah, Greentree could be a good pick there too, right?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're getting a tweet from Elliot Friedman, who spoke to Ken Hughes. He said, "You've been coveting Demidov for a long time. Is that true?" Ken Hughes answered, "Yes, very much so." And then he asked him about Michael Hage, and he said that's who we had targeted at number 21. Now, we'll never know if that's the complete truth or was Plan B, but either way, it's a great pickup.
Yeah, guys, like, I don't think we could have prognosticated a better outcome for Montreal here. Like, like, ultimately so we basically got Michael Hage for taking on Sean Monahan's contract and the secondary part of trading Lehkonen. So, by the way, if you didn't love the Lehkonen trade, really, you're getting Barron.
This helps.
And part of Michael Hage. So you were able to get Michael Hage because of that Lehkonen trade and Barron, and also, taking on Monahan money. So amazing asset management from Kent Hughes, like A++++.
Here comes the pick for Boston.
Yes, sir.
Don Sweeney selecting. Oh, Dean Letourneau, it was. Okay,
there we go.
So they're going to take
Letourneau is out.
Letourneau. Wow. Not that it's surprising, because I always thought if you're going to take a swing, this is the guy to go with. But, out of St. Like we said, he's out of St. Andrews College. But this guy is 6'6", 215 pounds. He had, get this, 61 goals and 66 assists in only 56 games. Like, he's a massive forward. He's committed to Boston College, so he's going to be starting school in the fall. He's a very good skater for his size. Like, just look at some of these highlights here. And he can really use his body, his frame, to his advantage. You can see there the way he cuts in and protects the puck. He likes to shoot a lot, but he can also distribute the puck very well. And I think this guy has tons of upside potential in his game. I've liked him from the beginning. The only question mark was, he didn't play against men, really, if you want to put it that way, because at St. Andrews, that was the case, unfortunately. But just the fact that he skipped over and is now going to be with Boston College, he's going to be part of a great developmental program, and I think Boston gets a doozy here.
Also, he looks sharp as hell. Did you see the suit he's wearing? Wow, that is some Elliot Friedman level kind of wear. But yeah, this guy, he's going to be in Boston's backyard, so they're going to be able to work really closely with him. He's going to be right there for him. Big project, right? But he knows how to juggle. He's a good athlete. He knows he's able to windmill dunk a basketball. That's how big he is, 6'7". So seems like a really good kid too. Like, he's been because he was, in the Habs range. There's a lot of interviews, a lot of different Hab media and podcasters and everything. So we've gotten to know Dean Letourneau pretty well. He's a Franco-Ontarian from my neck of the woods in Ottawa. So really happy for this kid.
The problem is how he's going to carry on that on the next level.
Huge,
play on that level is very low. When he played on the USHL, he did flat. So he go around the defenseman. He uses protect the puck. He drop his shoulder because he's 6 inches over everybody. It's easy. Now he's going to play on the Boston next year and the NCAA. That's why you're going to see that one. This project of that player is a minimum 5 years. It's not like he's going to be with the team in the next 2 years. You need to improve his skill. He need to turn around to be a little bit more. Like I said, it's a long shot. It's a long shot. Boston take it on
3 years.
He's not the most talented, skilled players, but he has the size 6'7". He's a great skater. But how he's going to reflect that in the future, that's time we tell us. So that's my point.
I'm always really hesitant to put time frames on players, right? Like we've had this discussion with Logan Mailloux in the past, right? Like ultimately it comes down to how committed the player is, right? So if the guy's really committed, if he, kind of is a very coachable guy and is able to adapt to that next level, it's up to the player how long it will take, to kind of like be able to get there, right? So, yes, it's a longer term project. He's not somebody that's going to be playing in the next year or two, but certainly I'm always hesitant to kind of to put numbers on how long it's going to take for someone to make it. He's a good kid.
Absolutely right. Let's move on now for the next pick, Mr. Enortap. We're going to look at, of course, after the Boston Bruins. Now is the pick of Montreal Canadiens trade, right? The 21st overall pick to the Kings, if I'm right.
LA, yes.
Right? And now I need to find the Kings at some point, Mr. Enortap, because I'll move them down. Here we go. The King prospect, guys, nobody left winger. They don't have Luc Robitaille anymore, Mr. Enortap, on that side. But they still have Quentin Byfield. And then the son of Ken Hughes, Jack Hughes. They drafted Pinelli as a pretty good prospect. And they have Elinius, a big gen, 6'6". On the right side, they got this year, Laferrière. Kaliev want to move out. On that team, they have Chromiak. Chromiak never reached the NHL. Great American hockey player. On the right defenseman, they have Brent Clark, a really great talented players at 6'2". On the left side, there's not much there. For me, this is a position maybe the Kings could look targeting a defenseman. That one, maybe an Elick or Emery. That would be one. On the forward, I think Crentry or Basha could be a good selection. But on top, you have the last word on that one.
No, you're right. I think the left side is a big concern for them, and also defense. So they're about to make their pick right now. Let's see who they go with in this selection. They will. Oh, they're showing their new head of scouting, who will be making the announcement with the 26th pick. The LA Kings select from the Windsor Spitfires, Liam Greentree.
Here we go.
There you go.
That's a good pick for them. Big size.
Yeah, we were anticipating that, right? For a while.
Yeah. Future executive of the year, Rob Blake, with a good pick there.
Yeah, this is a typical power forward type of frame. He's 6'2", almost 200 pounds. He can score, he can shoot. He's a natural playmaker as well. He makes his players on his line also very, very good. Makes them look good. He's difficult to defend against, primarily because of his size, but his strength as well. And he's got the skills that can generate offense at any point. What else can you say? You notice there, if you look at, the skating's a bit problematic, but if you look at all the other categories, he ranks just about a 7 out of 9 in all the categories. And I would even put the physicality in that category.
No,
So you can't go wrong. He gets involved. He does, Marco. He gets involved quite a bit, and I think that's one area that they'll increase in and develop with him, because he's got the frame for it. It's not like you're asking him to do something that's outside of his skill set.
Well,
so
I don't know. See, that's where I disagree, man. Like, there's a lot of big guys that it's not in their nature to play big, right? Like, I can count tons of guys that are big but don't play big. So I think, you to me, he has a power forward body that doesn't play like a power forward, in my opinion. Definitely doesn't get engaged enough physically for my taste at all. But great hands, really good hands, good shot, really good vision for a winger like that. And you're going to need to pick a new number, buddy. You're not going to be wearing number 66 in the big show.
No.
He's a great oriented offensive player, so that's what you got with him. I thought he would be out a little bit earlier, in my opinion, but this is a great selection for the King at 26 to get a green trait. He have some upside, right? If he can improve his skating, right? He can improve is not for physicality, is to get the grits. I think that's what he need to looking. Sandpaper working players if you want to be there, because at that pick he's going to be Marco and Enortap a bottom 6. That's what I expect from him. And when you get that bottom 6, it's you need to be physical, you need to force checking, you have to win your battle, and you have to show up. That's what the other side of the game. He has it. He have a great shot. He's a great offensive oriented player. So he can put the puck in the net any hold. But again, that's the area of this game going to tell us if he's going to be a good player in the NHL or he's going to be on the St. American Hockey League. But 26, green 3 is a good pick.
I do believe he has the potential to be a second line player.
He does.
He's got the offense to that. Like I agree, he could have a little bit more grit, but it's not something. I don't think it's out of his realm to get involved. I think it's just a thing that he has to be a little bit. He can use that body to his advantage. Like I understand if he were lanky, like if he was like 180 pounds, but he's at 200 pounds. He's at, I think, 210 or something like that.
I don't think so. Let's see.
What's Coach? Can you bring it up? His card again? I thought he was around for Green Tree. I thought he was around 210 pounds.
He's actually at 214.
214. So, to me, he could use that to his advantage, and I think he will at some point. It's
like
sometimes
to me when
it
comes, but it's not really an age thing, right? Like to me, either you're competitive or you're not. Either you have grit or you don't. You can teach.
Sure.
You get like defense. You can teach, right? Like like the willingness to go back and back check. Like that's something that you can teach, and that's something that you can convince a player to do. Oh, another one. Gee.
Michael De Villano straight from Vegas to us right now. Trade.
Let's see.
Okay, let's see what's happening here.
Yeah. Chicago.
There's a trade coming.
Chicago trading with Carolina. 27 to Chicago for picks 34 and 50.
Interesting.
So again, Carolina, same pattern, right?
Exactly what I mentioned before, guys. Looking at these contenders that don't have a lot of draft capital, and they're like, you know what? Our guy's going to be around. Let's pick up some new assets. That's a very Tulski kind of thing to do.
Yeah, here we go. So Carolina trades the 27th pick to Chicago for picks 34, 50 of this year. Okay.
It's so funny, guys. They have this big horn whenever there's a trade, and the horn just went off as Gary Bettman was talking. It interrupted him. It was pretty funny.
I'm sure it was an accident, right?
Oh yeah. By the way, guys, like how can they not go back to the Sphere next, like for every draft now? Like this is incredible.
Isn't that beautiful? That's gorgeous.
Jeez,
look at that.
Basha could be a good. But I think Michael, he's live. He said to us, Basha.
Yeah, Basha is an option. He's still out there.
That would be a great pick for Chicago to get Basha.
Yep, absolutely.
Could they go Chernichoff?
Chernichoff would be a really nice ad for them. Like, to me, Chicago, they have a pretty small forward group, right? So Chernichoff, I think, would be a really nice mix with them. With like you've got Bedard there. I think this would be a really nice pickup for them. I'm actually a little bit surprised Chernichoff is still there, like over Greentree. Like I would have Chernichoff way before Greentree, to be honest. Maybe it's the Russian factor there, but Chernichoff for me is really, really nice for Chicago here. Hemming also really nice for Chicago too. Big right-handed. They need size, guys. Like they don't have a lot of size.
Yeah, there's size, and they're surrounding Connor Bedard, and that's the key thing.
Yeah. So look for size and look for a winger here, I think. Unless they want to go, because they already got their right-hand D, right? So I don't think they're going D here.
No, I don't think they'll go defense either.
Let's see.
Rob Blake is. I'm watching TV Sport me, so I'm not. I'm on the. Would be interesting what they're going to Sennecke, the Chicago Blackhawks. So we know Chicago Blackhawks, Sennecke over a second overall pick, Levshunov, and then at the 18th overall pick, they select Sacha Boisvert. So you can see the draft is pretty good. To have 3 first-round pick, guys. Great job by Kyle Davidson to not be afraid to jump in and then try to get a couple of players there. And I think that's a well done by the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I really like where Chicago is going with this for sure. Although to be honest, I probably would have liked Bouillon instead of Levshunov for them, but
I don't know what Davidson still sit on the table. I don't know why.
Yeah,
waiting again.
That's because they
have a break over there. What's going on?
No. He's on the podium right now.
They walking now.
Oh yeah, okay, there you go. Okay, we're a little bit behind. I'm on my
Oh,
other
they went
TV.
with Marek Vanacker.
Okay.
They went with
not a bad pick.
Yeah, you know what? He's not a small player. He put up I think 80 around 80 points in 70 games. I think he was injured this year as well. If I'm not mistaken, he had a left shoulder injury that kind of kept him out of action for a while. He's I think he'll play very well off the puck because he's the kind of guy that creates space for himself, and he's got a very good release.
36 goals.
Pucks.
36 goals, 46 assists in 68 games. 6 foot,
68 games.
only 165 pounds.
And that's worries him a little bit, right? I thought that they would have gone a little bit bigger. Again, 6'50" is not small, but this is exactly what I was trying to allude to earlier, Marco, when we were talking about Greentree. At least he has a frame of 210 pounds versus somebody that's about 170. Let's even give him 5 pounds here. It makes a bit of a difference, but I don't know. Do you think he's a second or third line player?
He has that upside. I think he has that upside. I'm a little surprised. Listen, you can't go wrong with Levshunov. I like their draft so far, but not my favorite pick here for Chicago. I think he's going to play.
Yeah.
With what they have, I thought that they would go with a bit of a different dimension. Like I said, you've got Chernichoff there. You've got even Ryder Ricci is a little bit heavier. He's same height but a little bit heavier. You've got some options here Sam Riley, like I mentioned before. So listen, not a bad pick. just a little bit different in terms of what I'd be looking for. But again, they see something in this kid. Actually, they have him at 178 now, so he's put on maybe a little bit of weight. So 6 foot, 178 pounds.
Okay.
So
it's a bit better.
He's going to play, right? Like he's got like good speed and pretty good production in the OHL. So listen, good pick, but for me, I would have maybe went a little bit of a different direction.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Agree with that.
Now we're going to move on to the next pick for the NHL Draft after Chicago got the pick from the Carolina Hurricane. And now it's going to go with
Calgary.
I have Calgary? No.
Yes. Yeah, Calgary from Vancouver.
Calgary, we saw already the prospect pool. Not really great if you think about that. I think they select, who they select number 9? Is it Yakinchuk? No?
That's a good question.
Hold on.
I don't remember right now, but yeah, I think it was
number 9.
Is that a Perek? I apologize.
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So I apologize.
That's so weird.
Over there. So they have a right defenseman over there. Look, they need everything. So at that moment, I think they can go with any player forward or any defenseman to send the board, like Eli Kimry. I think other forward, Basha could be a good one. Chesnysov, it could be another good one. Like I said, they can go in many directions. I don't know what you expect, Marco, on that pick. What do you think the Flame could get on that one?
Yeah, like I think a logical, selection here would be Basha. Western Canadian kid. That makes a lot of sense. Good value, I think, at number 28 there. But again, I'm a big Chernyshov guy, so a little surprised that he's still there. I think that'd be a really nice pickup for them. A little bit more size, a little heavier of a player. But you're right. Like they need everything. But since they got Perek, I would be surprised that they go for any of the D that's kind of out here, like the Emery, the Elick, or the Bedunkas or whatever. Like you still have Cole Hudson there, but I think they just got Perek, so they're kind of sorted when it comes to offensive defensemen. So for me, you're going forward here. You think that Andrew Basha right in their backyard in Medicine Hat. I think that's maybe where they go, but wouldn't be surprised if they go for like one of these bigger guys, the 2 Russians.
I think they go with the size. I think they're going to go with Chernyshov personally, but we'll see now.
Mm-hmm.
By the
way, Coach, is Basha under 6 feet? Again, not that it's a huge factor, but I think he's a
Basha is. Hold up.
People talk a lot about
Emil Hemming is still out there, right?
Yep.
Emil hasn't been selected. That might not be a bad pick either.
Yeah. Basha is 6 foot on the nose, 187. By the way, Coach, do you feel vindicated that Berkeley Catton went number 10 after all?
Yeah, like I said, Catton could be higher if you don't have a lot of draft pick in front of him, but like defenseman, I think it's a good selection. I wasn't expecting the Devils go that direction, but I think the Devils were targeting Sennecke, in my opinion. But they have look. This is a copycat of 2.0 Jack Hughes if he's high ceiling, but on the worst ceiling they get another Nico Hershiser. I'm talking about the productivity of the offensive side, not talking about the type of the player, the speed or the weight.
He didn't go to New Jersey though. He went to Utah.
Right?
He went to.
They went by the way, guys. They went with Matvei Gridin. That's a bit of a surprise. Matvei Gridin,
Gridin.
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 Yeah. Gridin.
Oh, wow.
That's a bit of a surprise.
That's a bit of a reach there, guys.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
unfortunately, I don't have anything about him.
I know. There must be something they targeted in him and coveted.
Where was this guy ranked? I
don't know. I'm going to check right now. I have him as high as 38 and as low as 91.
No, I have him at 38 for me. If I can,
I see him at 40. Yeah, that's
let me
a
see if
bit
I
of a
can.
reach here, guys. A little bit of a reach. So he is 6'1", 185 pounds, out of Muskegon. Played 60 games in the USHL, 38 goals, 45 assists, 83 points. Okay. Now you're
Yeah, he
talking.
puts. According to this, he puts up points in bunches. He's got good skill. He's talented, but he doesn't know. I mean, he has to work on his defensive aspect a little bit. Is what the major pitfall is here. But he's a really talented player from all accounts.
What nationality is he?
He's
From Russia.
he's from Russia, Kurgan, Russia.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
okay. All right.
The only thing
But
about
he's
him
playing.
also is, for me, in my opinion, he was a second round pick early, like 35 to 40. He's really skate well. He have a really good hands. And he can put a puck in the net. He has over 80 points, I believe, in USHL this year. He's going to be joined at Michigan for NCAA next season. This is a good pick. I think a late pick like that is a good selection for the Calgary Flames to get a guy like him. That's going to get now for the NAS for one guys a player
It's
with
a bit of a
not
reach.
expect, or they try to get a little bit earlier, like Ricci. Could be another one there. I think that's the kind of player now we're going to targeting for the next couple of minutes. Elick, Emery, defenseman, Cole Hudson
Hemming.
come that way.
Hemming. Yeah. I call
Hemming,
Hemming right here.
Chernichov, Basha. I mean, they're all there.
Yeah,
Hudson,
Hemming to me screams Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars, like I see that guy wearing, I see him wearing that Dallas Stars jersey. They like their fins, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Really interesting about him. Like I said, a great offensive oriented player for Graden. Now going to go with I believe is it Dallas Star?
Dallas, yeah. So I
Next
think
is Dallas. Yeah.
Dallas Star. So the Dallas Star guys, what we got for them? This is a draft. Is a team draft very well at those kind of pick at 25, 26, 27, 28. They've been that way for many years for the Star. And look about what they got on the center, Maverick Book, and of course Watt Johnson, and they also have Sinkoven on the right side. On the defenseman, not too bad. They still have Arley, and then they drafted last year the Big John Bichel, and then they have Christian Kiro, the brother of Jordan Kiro. The right defenseman is not a big deal over there, but he can go any position, I believe, and we'll see what they're going to get. So I don't know. What do you think about that one, Enortap?
I don't know. I think they might look towards defense just to sort of bolster that a little bit more. It's obviously they're going to get a second pairing kind of defenseman at this stage. I would not discount Charlie Elick at this point. I think that would be a very good fit for Dallas. But I could see them also going forward, and we still have some key names that are out there that have fallen at this point. Like Richie's still out there, Hemming's still out there, Chernichov is still out there, Basha's still there. Well, Basha would have been towards the end of the round, first round, but I mean he's still there as well.
Yeah.
So they might go with some size up front, but if I'm gonna bet, I'll probably go with Charlie Elick at this point.
Best player available, I think, for Dallas. One guy we haven't talked about yet that is maybe a kind of sneaky sleeper pick here in the late first round is we talked about him a little bit. It's Stiga as well.
Oh, Stiga, yes. Teddy Stiga really improved.
Yeah, I don't think so. Stiga will be a first round pick.
We'll see. He could sneak in there, but good options here. I think Dallas, like you said, like they are.
I just said that. Imagine Dallas pick Stiga.
Yeah, Coach, I can't believe how confident you are saying statements like that based on how our mock went this round here. But
they went with Emil Hemming. They went with.
There we go.
Emil Hemming.
It makes sense. It completely makes sense.
Not surprising. Yeah, not surprising.
Emil.
Yeah.
Emil,
where are you, Emil?
Emil's right here. I dropped him.
You got him?
Here.
Okay.
Yep, I got him here, guys. Here we go. 6'2", 194.
Yeah, I mean, 6'2", 100. I have him at a little bit heavier here. I've got him at 200, but you might be right there, Coach. His playoffs were really productive playing with the Liga for TPS this year. He's a heavy set shooter. I mean, he can score. He could be a threat off the rush, but it's not his go to really. Sometimes he makes some very questionable decisions when he's out there, and that's why you see the hockey sense of his IQ at a little bit of a low score there at 4.5. I think this is the kind of guy that's really a depth player for a team. Uh, I think if I recall, one of the knocks on him too was when he's engaged, he's quite good, but when he's disengaged, he can become quite a liability out there. But he is strong and stocky, so they probably went with that aspect. He's not going to contribute a lot offensively to the team, but we'll see. He's probably more of a project in my eyes.
A great point about that. Eman, I believe he was one of the top 5 best shooter on the NHL
Yes.
draft prospect. Now I'm talking about shooting. It's about wrist shot. He's more like a north-south players, by the way. Really limited about the see the eyes. Now I know you're going to not like it, but he remind me a lot Josh Anderson about the hockey sense and
I was about
IQ.
to say that.
So it's not like negatively for him because I think he had a little bit more upside on the defensive side. But you want to compare him, that's what a kind of player you want to get. If he can develop his hockey sense, I think he could become a good player. A big size, anyway, 6'2" winger and 195 pounds. I think that's a good pick for Dallas. I thought he's going to be at Marco, like we mentioned many times, he's going to be at the Montreal Canadian pick at 26. So to be what, 29 now we are, I think. I think that's not a bad pick.
29, yeah.
So
29.
three more to go. The New York Rangers, they're going to be at 30 pick, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 30 is the Rangers.
And then after that, it's Toronto, and following by the Flyers at 32, I believe.
Yeah. Do you know who
Yeah,
he reminds me a little bit too, Coach? Is from Laval there, Emil Heineman kind of guy. You know, I think he kind of has like he gives me Heineman kind of vibes, like good shooter, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to follow the play as well. But if he's able to put it all together, like he's got the size and he's got a really good shot. For the Rangers here, you know, they can pretty much go anywhere. It looks like they're going to need to backfill some of their positions on D. What a great fit Emery would be for, I think, the Rangers, right? Like some of the comparables that you see for for him, for Emery, is probably similar to like a kind of like not stay at home. Like he can rush the puck and he can move the puck really well, Emery, but he doesn't kind of connect with players very well in the offensive zone. So to me, has kind of like he's got like a right-handed Keandre Miller, and I think the Rangers obviously would be pretty familiar with that kind of player. So for me, Emery would be a great pick here for the Rangers. I think they go D if I'm Chris Drury picking right now. What about you guys?
Rangers have a Schneider on the right defenseman, a Fortescue on the left defenseman. They have Lafreniere, Perrault on the right winger. That's pretty much what they got. Perrault was draft 23 overall pick last year. And Ottman is a player where maybe could become a good player prospect for the Rangers. But I think you nail it about the defenseman. I think they're going to targeting there. What about Cole Hudson there?
Yeah,
I know
I
they
was
have
going to
Adam
suggest
Fox.
that.
That would be the problem there. They need a little bit more, in my opinion.
They need a right-handed.
It depends. They still have Adam Fox. They have Trouba and Schneider. I think the left
Trouba's,
side with Radley.
Trouba's going to be gone.
Trouba's going out. Trouba's going to get traded this summer.
Yeah, but they want to add the right defenseman at some point anyway. I think they will targeting someone else. So I think for me, it's the left side they're looking for as the defenseman. If I was the Rangers, because they are after Miller, Lindstrom does a good job, but I don't think so. He's the best on the third pairing. They try always to find someone. They cannot get anyone. Like they tried Mikola the trade deadline last year, the year before that. They have Jones. They trade Longvis as the right defenseman with the dollar star. But I think there will be a targeting player there. But still, forward, you still have a couple of players you can pick for them.
Okay.
Right winger, that will be the third targeting there.
All right, we nailed it. EJ Emery.
There we go.
Their pick.
There we go. Yeah. Well done, Mr. Enortap and Marco.
Is he?
One.
I'm on a roll.
Is he?
I'm on a roll,
is he a left hand? Is he left-handed or right-handed?
Right-hand shot.
He's right-handed. Okay.
He's a right-handed K'Andre Miller. Right-handed K'Andre Miller.
That's right.
Guys, I'm on a roll with predicting these. Boom.
Yeah, we've been right on. He's committed to the University of North Dakota in the following season. So he had 16 assists in 61 games with the NTDP under 18 team this year. And he had about 6 assists in 7 games with the U.S. At the under 18 Worlds. I mean, he's got a good pace to his game. He likes to defend. He's not afraid to use his size. Like he's 6'3" and 185 pounds. He's got great athleticism from everything that I've read. He's got good smarts. He can skate. He can skate well, as you see there at 6.5. I mean, he's got to work on his puck handling a little bit, but I think that's a very good pick for the Rangers.
I think Marco nailed it when he mentioned about Miller. I think that's the type of player you got right now. Big, 6'3", very good with his stick, very good on defensive zone coverage, very physical, great skater, by the way, for his size, but he's not oriented on offensive side. That's the problem he got with him. He's not like a stick angler. He's not a great shooting. This is the way I think he could become a 6'4". You're looking for a specific defenseman on the playoff time, but that's what you want to get on that one, in my opinion. And that's what I believe is a good pick for them. They go with right defenseman. Like I said, that's not a big. They need defenseman, left or right. I was thought more about left. What they need more, but it's a good pick at 30 overall pick to get that young man for the team national USC development.
Yeah, I think ultimately, it's a little bit deceiving. He didn't have any goals. Michael Divlano kind of pointed that out when he was here. It kind of jumps out at you a little bit in the stat sheet when you see 0 goals, right? But even though he does, I get he's not an offensive player, but he does. I think he will be able to transition the puck well because of his skating. It's all going to be based around his reads. Is he able to do puck retrievals fast? He's got the size, he's got the skating, great conditioning. Playing, he's going to be in a good program as well too. So I really like this pick for the Rangers here. Again,
it's a solid pick.
Similar to kind of like Montreal getting Mayu in a late round. If you can get a 6'3" right-handed right shot defenseman that can skate late in the first round, then I think you're doing pretty well.
Right, so that brings us to the Toronto Maple Leafs now.
Toronto Maple Leafs,
they have Anaheim's pick.
We saw the prospect a little bit earlier about the Toronto Maple Leafs. Honestly, Mendon and then, of course, Robinson are leading for that one. Let's apologize. I'm going to get the right here. The leave right here. And then they have nothing on the right winger. The defensive is not there. Coleman, I forget about him, honestly. Irvinen is not going to get there a lot. So Toronto need everything. I think, in my opinion, on that moment, it go maybe more as a forward, but I could be wrong. What do you think will be selected?
I I got a couple of options. I think this would be the perfect spot for somebody like Charlie Ellich, who's a right-handed defenseman. He's 6'3", or you might go with Ricci if you're looking for forward. That's something that they coveted earlier as well.
I think they probably would have went Emery here. They might have just lost out on the guy that they wanted, to be honest. So maybe Charlie Ellick. I think for sure they go D here. I think they're going to get crucified in the media if they don't take a right-handed defenseman. So I think they go Bedinka here. I think that's the
Now I'm going to name a surprise defenseman here, Paul Ginin. Paul Ginin is a big 6'5" defenseman. Is maybe at the 38, 39. I think that would be one there. What about, I think it would be a little bit early, but first name is what? Frey.
Yeah. Fridge.
He's a left-handed defenseman, though. Left-handed.
Yeah. So I don't know. They could be that way over there, but we'll see. We'll see what it could happen with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
We come. Let's see if they're a little their little risk paid off. Trading down. Let's see if they can still get the player that they were hoping that they would get here.
Ricci, not bad pick. Bashar could be another good pick. What about the Russian kid, Artemalo?
Yeah. Chernyshov?
Artemonov.
I think they go defense, but...
Yeah, I think so too. First look at the chief in the entourage here. I got Berube on the stage with the team. Interesting to see him be with the Leafs. Weird, still.
Oh, they went with Ben Danford. I don't know much about
Danford. Yeah, Danford is a good pick right there.
Is it really?
Interesting?
It's a bit of a reach. I think.
How far down do I have to go for him?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have him ranked at 6'1", right-handed defenseman in the OHL for Oshawa. 64 games, 1 goal, 32 assists. 6'1", 190 pounds. Randy will be very disappointed that it wasn't Harrison Brunicki.
Yeah,
he was actually rated ahead of him. So maybe Randy wasn't too far off, man.
I don't have.
I don't know. I'm surprised, to be honest with you guys. I'll be honest.
You want me to put his name in the chat, Coach, so that you?
No, I got it. I know. I was thinking I'd make an extra video, and I got. I did one for him, but I did not put here. That's why I'm pissed off right now about that. But it's okay.
We were right. Right-handed defenseman, just not who we thought. Again, what happened to this Bedinka kid? He made it in Bob McKenzie's top 32, but it's looking pretty tight for him to make it.
To me, I'm surprised it's not Alec. I thought they have a good player there. He was projected late first round, early second. I think it would have been a better pick, but obviously they have better research opportunities than we do. So yeah, I'm sure they saw something that they liked.
I know very little about. I to be honest, I know very little about. On this guy, to be honest, I can't. Yeah, Ben Danford didn't make it in my radar, to be honest. So I will reserve comment, but I will go check him out, and we can talk about him later. But I don't know too much about him too.
Danford is a 6 foot, and he's physical for his size. By the way, he's skating pretty good, 5.5, and his shooting is very low. His pucking link is very low.
He's a defensive. He's a defensive defenseman. From everything I'm seeing here.
So we'll see.
He's got a very confident walk, though. As he walks with the Leafs jersey, it looks like he's got a strut.
Great.
Well, about that. You give the Leafs, kind of scouting department a little bit of leeway here. They had a great late round pick with Cowan last year. So let's see. Again, I don't know. I just read kind of what his stats are and everything else, but I watched zero tape on this guy, so I won't comment as to whether he's better than Elic or Bedinka or any of the other right hand shots. But guys, we're in the right ballpark. We knew that they were going to be looking for a right hand D, just a little bit of a different direction that they went in.
And then we have the last pick of the night. Not
Philadelphia.
Yet. Right?
Philadelphia, yes.
And the Flyers are back there. We know already is a prospect. We can look a little bit more, if you don't mind, Mr. Enortap. The Flyers got Mishkov, and then Forster, Tristal is a defenseman with Bonk over there. They can go any position. Honestly, left defenseman is not big for them, honestly. And then if you look about their Mr. Enortap, their selection at 12, it was 14 overall pick. Lindstrom, it was the pick for them. What do you think you're going to targeting now, Marco?
Again, they need help everywhere, right? So I wasn't on with you guys when they made that pick. A little bit of a surprise, Hellenius was right there, but he does seem like a Philadelphia Flyer to me, like definitely prototypical Philadelphia Flyer kind of guy. So I can see that working for them. Here, I think they can go anywhere. Like they've got those right-handed defensemen. You just got Drysdale from that trade for Cutter Gauthier. So I don't think you're really looking for an offensive right-handed defenseman. So they could go anywhere. Maybe Frey might be a good option here for them. Again, they could really go anywhere. Like they could go anywhere on the board. If I'm them, I'm looking at a defenseman. But again, like you got Teddy Stiga right there. You got Reddy Ricci. I still can't believe Chernyshov is there. So lots of great options here for Philly. While we're waiting for that, guys, based on what we're seeing, as we're waiting to see what Philadelphia is going to do here, it looks like there's still going to be some options, nice options in the early first part of the second round. If you're Kent Hughes, as Habs fans, like, do you want Kent Hughes to try to do something to try to get a pick back early in the second round to kind of take advantage of some of the players that might have dropped?
But they have only 70 and 78 at that moment. So you pick both together, you're going to get maybe 55 or 60 max. You're not going to be jumping all the way on the second.
Trade a player. I'm saying
unless there's somebody they're targeting for sure. But
no, I would not do that. Yeah. I don't. Why to lose trouble to get a player you never maybe play in NHL?
Because you might end up losing him on waivers eventually because you have too many of them.
Well, but but no, it's not the way you.
Let's keep in mind, I don't think they're finished yet in terms of doing some deals. I think that there's still room to negotiate here with others, and they're not going to go after a big fish in the RFA or in the UFA, but there's options there available for them in terms of young prospects, and they can package some nice things.
And as we're waiting here too, guys,
Bob, I have a question.
Trade alert.
Okay.
Trade alert.
Marco, earlier I bring that funny point, but I think it could happen. I don't know how they can do it, but Dimitrov have one more year.
Philadelphia trades their pick to Edmonton.
To the Oilers. Yeah.
For Edmonton's first round pick, either in 2025 or 2026, with conditions.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see who Edmonton's here. Let's see who Edmonton's got.
They must be coveting somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
I don't have the logo of Edmonton there. That's funny. Anyhow, do you think Dimitrov could cancel his year, or they can let him go right away now? Like Dimitrov?
No, I doubt it. I doubt it.
So he's going to returning in MHL. Is it a very bad news for the Montreal Canadiens?
There's no guarantee that he's going to play in the MHL necessarily. Like, if you're SKA St. Petersburg, you have him for one more year.
Yeah.
They have they could send him down. There's a history sometimes that they can try to use that pressure to get the player to sign by sending them to the MHL, which is what they did to him last year. But SKA, they want to compete. Like, they're a team that wants to compete every year. So to me, if I had to guess, they're going to have him up in the big club this year. And there's always that risk with Russia, right? Like, SKA has a lot of connections, so it's not impossible that they're going to try. Whoa, that's a big Oilers logo. But no, I don't think that there's too much of an opportunity for him to come next year. But confidence level is very high that he'll be there next year.
Okay, so here they're just at the podium right now, Edmonton.
Okay.
Getting ready to make their selection.
Oilers, maybe they go Basha here, guys. Again, Alberta guy, Western Hockey League.
Let's see.
Or maybe you go defenseman. Like, to me, you're not trading. Like, are you this like passionate about Basha to kind of trade your next year's pick? I don't know. Let's see. Defenseman, I think.
Sam O'Reilly.
Interesting.
Is it? Yeah.
Sam O'Reilly, right winger, out of London from the OHL.
He's a center.
He's he's a 6'1", 184 pounds. Very good skater. Plays a competitive 200-foot game. Very talented. During the playoffs, he led all OHL rookies with 12 points in 16 games. So I guess they had him on their mind to pull off this trade.
And I like this move for Philadelphia too, guys. Like, sometimes, like you just don't like what you see there, and you diversify your picks a little more. You punt the ball till next year. If you're not in a hurry to do your rebuild, it's still an asset that you can trade as well too, right? So I don't mind this move for Philadelphia, and obviously Edmonton felt really strongly. Again, to me, he's a center, so another opportunity for Montreal or for Edmonton.
I just read he played defense his entire life before he transitioned to a forward.
His mother is absolutely,
yes.
Yeah.
Now, this concludes, guys, the first round from 1 pick all the way to 32 pick. You got many traits if you think about this until the Sharks, the Buffalo, switched their pick 11-14. And then after that, you got of course, other trait like Toronto, Colorado did it earlier. Carolina did it also. And that's the reason. If you look about this board, I would ask both of you, surprise and on the good side, on the bad side, like positively or negatively. So you can give maybe 2 or 3 pick on the board with Marco example, what you see right now in front of you.
Oh, God, Coach, like, surprised in a very good way. Obviously, like, just purely from a Montreal Canadiens perspective, I couldn't imagine this going any better, to be honest. Like, Yzerman was right there. That could have been interesting, but I think in the long run, this is better value. Like, Michael Hage is a center compared to Yzerman. I'm just not sure where Yzerman would have fit as a left-hand shot moving forward, especially because you're going to want Slafkovsky on the power play. You're going to want obviously Demidov now on the power play. So where is he going to fit? So I like Michael Hage here. There's for those who have been a little bit concerned about Kirby Dach longevity or potential durability as a center, well, this is a really nice option. Security. Like we like Owen Beck, but to me, Michael Hage has really the potential to be a top 6 center, like maybe a great second line center in the NHL. But he's a couple of years away. So other surprise, for sure. Obviously, it didn't go the way that we thought. Like, we thought it was going to be a really concentrated draft for defensemen, but went the total opposite way. Obviously, teams were very much satisfied with the medical report for Caden Lindstrom. So that wasn't an issue for Columbus. little surprised to not even see our old friend, on the draft stage in Columbus. I guess like he's gotten demoted.